spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lal Ubaga. Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, that is JLAC, is set to proceed with the vetting of the Independent Electoral and Boundary Commission nominees. This comes after the Supreme Court allowed Parliament to proceed with the process of questioning the 7, including the chairman-designate Erastus Edung Ethekon. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has directed the JLAC committee to use as little time as possible to expedite the exercise.
Nobody, and I repeat, nobody has the power under any law or under our constitution to injunct Parliament from doing its work. Parliament is a constitutional body enjoined with authority to discharge constitutional functions. And once a matter is before Parliament and it is under consideration, whether it's in committee or in the plenary, the committees mirror the plenary. And the proceedings in committees are akin to proceedings in plenary. So I direct the committee on JLAC to proceed without haste and vet the nominees for chairman and members of IEBC and bring the report to this House.
Wetangula has slammed the court for interfering in the affairs of the National Assembly, saying that the parliamentary leadership will hold a meeting with Chief Justice Martha Koome to avoid overlapping responsibilities.
In future, and I think I have, for the information of the House, I have asked the Chief Justice to have some colloquium with some members of this House, including yours truly, so that we do not continue talking at each other as arms of government. We need each other, but we discourage and we frown at any overreach by any arm of government on the other arm, especially on matters that are legally clear, constitutionally clear, and morally untenable.
The court has issued interim orders to stop the publication of the names of the IBC commissioners appointed and their swearing in after vetting in Parliament. The case has now been referred to the Chief Justice to appoint a panel of judges who will hear and determine the issues raised in the legal petition. This comes after Justice Lawrence Mugambi noted that the issues raised touched on the sovereignty of the people.
That pending the hearing and termination of this petition, a conservative order is hereby issued forbidding and or preventing the gazettement, taking of oath, or assuming of office by the interested parties, namely Erastus Edung Ethekon, Anne Jering Deridu, Moses Abdallah Mkwana, Mary Karen Sorobit, Hassan Nur Hassan, Francis Odiabo Odwol, Fahima Harvat Abdallah, or any other person or persons as the chairman or commissioners of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. For avoidance of doubt, the vetting and approval process in the National Assembly may proceed, but subject to this order. B. This file is hereby forwarded to the Chief Justice for empanelment of an even number of judges to hear and determine the petition pursuant to the provisions of Article 165(4) of the Constitution. Cause shall be in the cause.
And Attorney General Dorcas Odwor has clarified that the public seal, which is normally used to stamp important government documents, making them legally binding, is domiciled in her office. Odwor has insisted that the seal has not been moved to the office of the Head of Public Service, Felix Koskei, as claimed by various leaders. She further emphasized that all arms of government work collaboratively, seeking to dispel any rumors surrounding the custody of the key state instrument.
The custody of the public seal is the subject of Section 28 of the Office of the Attorney General's Act, Caps 6A of the laws of Kenya. This provision stipulates that the Attorney General shall have custody of the public seal of the Republic of Kenya. This particular provision has neither been repealed nor amended in any manner whatsoever. Accordingly, the legal custody of the public seal remains with the Attorney General, and as such, the Attorney General has and retains the in custodia legis and of the public seal, namely the legal right to control, protect, and care for the public seal under the Attorney General's charge. And I am sure that we have had no problem with the issue of the public seal, apart from what is in the papers. And the government is one government. The executive is one executive. we work together collaboratively under the leadership of the President.
That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ndu.
Okay, so I was just trying to organize myself. You know, you have to put everything together.
Good morning.
You arrange, then you tell the voice, okay, guys, let's go. So the voice can open and speak. Why can't I hear you, Dennis?
Can you hear me now?
No, I cannot.
Not yet.
No.
Ata.
Allah. Able try again?
Can you hear me?
No, just a minute.
No.
The technology is...
the only show where guests drop bombshells.
Yeah.
Vabas. Now we can hear you.
Bombshells.
Well done. Very, very good morning. Friday, it is the 30th of May. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
You're fine, please?
But baridi hapana. Maybe I'll complain about the cold until it's done.
It's actually not that cold.
I don't do well in chilly weather.
It's not that cold, though.
I don't do well in hot weather.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this is your time to tower.
Let me tell you, when we plan the future and I'm told, let's build a beach house in Mombasa, I'm like, no. Me, my holiday home is on top of Mount Kenya, cold as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do well in hot weather either. I just don't. I mean, I could acclimatize after a while, but I don't operate well in hot weather at all. And even like when I'm at the coast or whatever, in a warm, like even like in Lagos, or the southern part of the country, and people are telling me let's drink tea.
You're like, how?
I don't understand. What's wrong with you?
How?
Where?
Let me tell you. I move from AC to AC anytime I'm in a coastal country. AC in the car.
Like that.
Jump into, and I leave my AC on in the hotel. Sizimangi.
Wait, no. You're those people who always feel cold. Even if the wind blows like this.
Even in the coast, give me a duvet.
You'll be, come on.
Yeah, but you have got no fatty residue to shield you from any cold.
And it's a problem.
I'm insulated proper. Muko salama lakini?
Kabisa.
Forever fantastic. Very, very good. It is Friday, the second original Friday of the week.
Yes.
And here we are getting into it. The week is over. The month is over. Everything's finished.
May was a bad month.
Oh, no. What do you speak, Bwana? Wait.
Was a bad month.
Waiting with this.
You guys, let me tell you, we are having some conversations today, but you know what? You can be optimistic and say that tomorrow will be a better you, a better me. True. You gotta get up, blah, blah, blah. Sindio, there's an encouragement in everything, my brother.
Yeah. Tomorrow. I'm waking up at noon. Because prep mulalifanya.
Ole bana.
Bala Maseno school prefects, teachers, principal could not make me sleep. Joro boys, I used to miss breakfast to sleep. Lilikuja SpiceFM.
Kuamka. You don't worry. Even Lydia, I said, Lydia, how are you? Good morning. You're fine? Lydia with the dimples. And then there's Frank. Frank is somewhere. Frankie.
Oh, Frankie.
Do you remember me? Frankie. Where? Do you remember? Ooh. Okay. Yeah, okay. There's a song for everything. Hope you guys are okay this morning. And getting into it, we can see you crawling into the room today. And as we do, we will have a couple of conversations getting into the end of the week. It is Friday. This is the Situation Room. Having conversations through the week and getting towards the end of it. Always good to have you here. Let me tell you what some of those conversations will be, shall we? If I can just get my gadgets to behave itself and behave itself on time, and voila, here we are. I spoke too soon. Okay, so we'll get into conversations at 7 o'clock, and that will be around a new show that's coming to KTN. Based Year 2 is an organization. It's run by Nick Mararo, and we'll be talking about Don't Crack It, Crack It. That's the new show. It's a game show, but the interesting thing about this game show is that it's based around having conversations on issues around gender-based violence. And I know you wonder, what, a game show, gender-based violence? Well, stick around at 7 o'clock and we'll tell you all about it. Nick Mararo, who is the CEO of Base Year 2, joins us at 7 o'clock. This is one you want to hear. It is Friday, so we will have a Healthy Friday conversation. Professor Rodney Adam is going to be here, and we're going to be talking about the use and misuse of antibiotics. You guys, we're in the perpetual cold and flu season. Everybody's got an allergy here or there. Everybody's got a cold, a cough that just doesn't seem to go away. And children are affected. What you do, you get into clinic, hospital, and the first thing they do, administer you with an antibiotic. Is it a contributing factor to the rise in cases of common cold and flu? Professor Adam is a pathology and infectious disease specialist. He joins us at 8 o'clock for a Healthy Friday conversation. It's going round. Some people have had cold flu for a month easily. I spoke with one of our colleagues here, and he's been off and on. And then he said, you know what, I've had this thing. I got it, took antibiotics, got it again. What's going on? We'll look at that at 8. And then we're going to round up our conversations with the youth perspective. Noordine Kagai is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. Jerry Kahiga is the national youth leader. And we're going to be talking about the perspective. What is it? And it's going to be a feature that we bring in every now and then. There's the whole Gen Z conversation. There's the younger element when it comes to leadership and governance. There is even just taking into consideration the time that we are in. We are currently in the communication age. This communication age is heralded by people who are much younger than the age of those who lived in other ages. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. When we're looking at the industrial age, when we're looking at coming into the waves that have passed through, this current generation that is handling the change is much younger than other ages that have gone by. So it's a conversation that we need to make part of our discourse, and we will be doing that at 9. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing today, and it's always great to have you in the room. There was a song I had in my head that I wanted to sing. I can't remember what it is. I can just remember the last line. It's another Swahili song that I really love. Yeah. I was listening to it yesterday when I was taking a walk. What was it? I can't remember, but I remember. Whenever it will come to me, even if we're in the middle of talking about antibiotics, I will sing it.
Sour. You have a full permission.
Yeah, it's allowed.
You know, the first Swahili song I ever liked, like properly liked, is Julie by Red Sun. Oh, Julie, my lover.
Miss Julie.
Ay.
I don't know it.
Please give me your residence and work permit.
Back. Sing it. Okay, sing it properly. Maybe I know it.
Man, I can't sing. You know that.
Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I actually know the song, but the way in which you're singing.
Do you know Red Sun?
I know Red Sun, yes. I've even met him. We've had a couple of conversations. Yes. Yeah. They sang together.
Yes. A song called Julie. One of my favorite songs ever.
Sing it properly then.
My dear, unataka bana, niko na respect fiti mtaani. Nikikubali watauliza vipi wadhi.
Bro, kumendaje?
Watauliza vipi wadhi. At least do you know that one?
Which one?
Nyashinski and Amani.
I know some Nyashinsky songs.
You know the new ones.
No, which ones are the new ones?
See, the ones he's singing now. They're the ones from 20 years ago, when we used to do slide.
Je ne sais pas.
And I could never do helicopter. Slide, I was an expert.
How, my friend? You're from Western region. Everything you do is about your beggars.
Me, I like slide. Because slide, what used to happen in slide is suddenly the whole club everyone is short.
Short, yeah.
And suddenly they're tall. Like you're so nice.
Yeah. Okay. So like a seesaw.
Yeah. Sika mapangale. Masijima topare.
Pangale is just violence.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you're completely out of this conversation.
Not even here. I don't even know. I'm just when you're out, you just keep quiet and stay in the corner.
Just know you missed a lot.
Not being in Kenya, but of course, they were my experiences when I was in other places at the same time. Okay, so guys, we are finishing off the week with our proverbs from Ghana, and so I talked about kelewele yesterday, and folks were asking me the day before, what actually is kelewele? So kelewele it's a traditional food. I don't even call it a meal. It's not a meal. I would say it's an accompaniment, but it's plantain. It's really, really soft plantain that has been fried, and then it's been dipped in a peppery sauce, or it's been sprinkled with peppery flakes. It's basically peppered plantain. That's what it is. Kelewele is peppered, spiced plantain. If you've not eaten plantain, you don't know what you're missing in this life.
Plantain is sweet, but those of us who have chronic diseases like diabetes,
you can't eat it. I am plantain. So sorry. I'm so sorry.
It so much. So are you doing the proverb?
Yes, please.
Right.
I gave you the intro one.
See,
follow.
Let me land. Let me cook.
Okay.
So before I do the proverb, I want to give it a bit of context, and this is scientific context. Yesterday, I mentioned the Dunning-Kruger effect, which says people with low ability in a domain tend to overestimate their competence, while those with high ability often underestimate theirs.
Atake.
If you're dumb in a subject, you pretend, your head tells you you're an expert. Best way to explain this are the people who watch football and then tell Ronaldo or Messi where to pass the ball.
Yeah.
Right? Because you have an overestimated sense of knowledge.
Or tell the coach you to put in the lineup.
Yes. And this is why we have more politicians who know nothing.
Where? You don't want peace, have you?
Let me cook. Today I came on fire. There are three main symptoms that you have this effect in your life.
Oh, is this towards the proverb?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
Trust me.
Okay.
See, let me cook.
I'm giving you a minute.
Yes.
Okay.
Lack of metacognition. Incompetent individuals lack the skills to evaluate their own performance. If you cannot evaluate your own performance, you are incompetent. If this does not apply to you, but you're a parliamentarian, you're doing exactly what this does, metacognition.
Okay.
Illusion of understanding. A superficial understanding can give illusion of mastery. So you speak confidently about matters you do not know. The last one is cognitive bias. You to Google. Now, to prove it to you, the Ghanaians thought of this a long time ago. Knowledge is like a baobab tree. No one can encompass it with their hands. Knowledge is like a baobab tree. You cannot hug it and link your arms together
around it.
If you think you have, I'm telling you, you got a disease called the Dunning-Kruger effect. And it affects a lot of parliamentarians who got D-.
Good Lord. Knowledge is like a baobab tree. You can never encompass it with your hands. That's true. You never stop learning.
Yep.
And if you get actually, it's true, because if you think you get to the point where you stop learning, then you're dead.
The moment you think you're an expert, more than the experts, just know you're gone.
You're gone.
At the moment you think that you have the monopoly of knowledge over everything, that's where you get it wrong.
True. There it is.
You don't even get it wrong. You are wrong.
You are wrong.
Yeah.
I've remembered the song. Okay, so now that we have the problem, I remember the song. And I've actually pulled up the lyrics. Hasira za nini we bwana, hasira za nini we bwana, wataka kuniue bure baba, wataka kuniue bure baba. Hey, I love that song.
It's
You ni si wako, nami si wangu.
Chukiani kati ya mimi na wewe. Bas. Masikia si wako, si wangu.
Chukiani ni kati yangu mimi na wewe. Nasema sina makosa we bana. I really love that song. I just okay.
Do you know what it means?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are we angry? What's the hatred for between you and me? What are we angry over?
Yes.
Chuki ni ya nini?
She ain't yours.
She ain't mine.
She ain't mine. What's the problem, bro? Let's go get a beer.
Okay, sawa. No, I was listening to it yesterday. I just remember. Okay, sawa, guys. We are in the room this morning, aren't we? Everybody, and we want to say hello to you where you're tuned in from on our live streams, Facebook, YouTube, and on X. And we say good morning to you. Soon be joined by our audience on KTN. So let's say a good morning to you, shall we? Yes, getting into the conversation this morning. Karibu sana. A very good morning to you. Deknis Met says good music. Yes, good music. Najua kuimba Julie my lover, call me niwaambie, 2 lines. This is Jaber. Hey, how do we call you and we just see your username? Depend on the moment. Kuna mpaka mpangale. Okay, people have on this thing. Okay, so Charles Kangele says, this is the Red Sang song. Oh, Julie, my lover, Mbona Wanitesa was asking your papa, hapendi mrasta. Rasta nifanyeje. Rasta nanyoa. Bima nitanunua. Carnivore tutaenda. See, somebody just sing the song so that I can know if I know it.
Oh, Julie, my lover, Mbona Wanitesa.
Oh, I know that song.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I know the song.
Naomba usinitese. Takupeleka kwa baba.
Whatever Mark is
akatupatia mali. Me, I can't sing for.
To save your life.
If you meet me, don't expect me to be talented in music. Tukubaliane tu sahi.
Tumekubali. Sawa, no problem. Thanks. Margaret Wanjo, he says, good morning. Are there parliamentarians who got a D-? Are there any parliamentarians who got a D-? I don't know. Michael Olande says, hello, well, good morning.
There are engineers who apparently didn't finish primary school.
It's a miracle. It's the miracles of education, isn't it? Wenzel Dashington says, please Nimbie, I have a birthday in 2 days. So in 2 days, it will be Sunday. And so we will not be here. So why not? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Wenzel. Happy birthday to you. May God bless you and keep you and make his face to shine upon you continually. Sawa. Emmanuel Nyambare says, good morning, team, and special regards to my old boy, Mark.
Hey, Nyambare, what's up, my man? Long time.
Okay.
He was one of my favorite people in the Maseno school.
He was one of your favorite people?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Always had a happy smile.
That's good, isn't it great that the people that you remember are the ones who smiled at the smile speaks so many words. And I remember, actually, the people that I remember the fondest are those that, smile. There's always something that you can remember. George Okoh says, good morning, good people. Good morning. Mr. Ryla has donated his personal land for affordable housing. Really? Who will be settling in the houses? Watching from Miami, Florida. Willis Evening says, Namimi, Nawewe Nini Bana, tell us. African Queen says, good morning. It's also a birthday coming up. Well, happy birthday to you too. African Queen says, good morning, Spice team. Happy weekend. Seeing everybody getting into the room this morning. Small. What? Okay, I can see it all there. Why can't I see it here? Okay, voila, I see. That's the reason why. Okay. Najua, okay. Alafu, Outer Ring Road from exit 1 to exit 6 has drainage covers that have broken down kama biscuit. Can Kura fix them? Pap Nasio Tafadhali, where do we tag you for pics and videos of this eyesore? I get on X and let's have a look on that. Get on X and tag us on SpiceFM KE, and let's see what that is all about. Sawa, talk to us. Jambo from Germany, we see you as well. Good morning. Hisa David, Jambo Spice, have a nice weekend. From Hong Kong, Robinson Kisero is tuned in this morning. The 2000, hey, where have you been? Yeah, to me miss CT, to me miss Sana Msijali, he's okay. So for some reason, I can see everything here. I can't see it on my phone. Don Salba says the menace of sorry forgiveness prayers during a prayer day may be one speaking in tongues. Okay. Okay. Pan-African Kenyan says good morning from Nairobi. The 2000 says good morning, guys. We can see you as well. You know what? Let me tell you. Michael Olande is greeting Denise. Dennis and Denise. Dennis is the male version. Denise with an E at the end is the female one. Yeah. So it could be somebody else that you're greeting. We don't know. Hello.
Have you ever had the joke about the twins?
No.
So a man is out of the country. His wife goes into labor. His brother is there, and he's not very good at naming things. So he calls. He says, "What names did you give my kids?" Oh, the girl I called Denise says very good, and the boy, the nephew.
The nephew. Crazy. Rahim Tula Tower said, Rahim Tula Omar says, good morning from Colchester. It's sad that we have a two-tier justice system for the political class and other citizens. No justice for common Wananchi. I know. Benedita says, good morning, beautiful. Good morning. Dennis and Mark, happy Madaraka Day in advance. Who owes Gashago's full-term salary, the public or the government? Who owes him? Desmond is asking. Anyways, if it's Edna, it's okay. Ndu, how are you and the crew? We are fine. Who owes the money? Kisa Daniel says, Jambo Spice, good weekend ahead. Douglas Kibogong says, good morning. Will you allow my request for the Saturday show afternoon? Most of us miss you when the weekend approaches. Where? You want us to come in the weekend again? Well, we'll ask Lydiah. Lydiah unasemaje? If Lydiah says yes, there's nothing we can't do. Jimmy Gakio says, good morning, Team Spice. Happy Friday. Eric Awar is greeting us this morning as well. What did I just do? I just X'd out everybody. Right. To be able to see this, I know that there's so many more people online at this point. Okay, who else is here? This thing is trying to annoy me. Will I allow it to annoy me? I will not. Ann Gore says, good morning, my beautiful people. Zach says, hello, Spice. 10,000 Lakes here. After the IF's apology yesterday, the choir master yesterday was a blame game again. Yes, we saw that. Awilo from Zaire says, good morning. A Cham Gay, my beautiful people, tuned in from Nairobi. Good morning, Situation Room, getting you loud and clear right here in Forney, Texas. And Sarah Kilonza says, Ham Jumbo, wanna Spice. Finally, it's Friday. Yes, it is. Dr. Venvik is also here and says, good morning. Frida Voigt, Ham Jumbo from Germany. Gilbert Kamunge says, good morning, tuned in. And Charles Kangethe says, real bad man, that one. Yes, it was. Another day to remind ourselves that we are on our own, says Lamek Otieno, and good morning. Gilbert Kimuge is tuned in as well this morning. There are very, very many people online, and we can see you and we say karibu, karibu. If we didn't get to you, doesn't mean we didn't see you, but always good to have you in the room. All right. At this point, let's look into the headlines, shall we? I'll start on the Standard. It is Kenya's bold newspaper. Ngugi's last words. The literature icon from 1938 to 2025. The epilogue. In death, as in life, Ngugi wa Thiong'o refuses to be silenced. His voice, resonant, defiant, and uncompromising, will once again ring out from the Kenyan stage, reminding a nation of its buried truths and unfinished struggles. Through a pre-recorded performance at the trial of Dedan Kimathi, Ngugi takes one final bow, not just as a writer, but as a freedom fighter of the imagination, a man who believed fiercely in the power of language, theatre, and memory to liberate the oppressed. That his last act was to breathe life into a play about resistance and justice in his mother tongue, in a fitting conclusion to a life spent challenging tyranny in all forms. Even in passing, he leaves us with a voice that insists on being heard. We say rest in peace to Kenya's literary giant, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, but we also remember the words that he spoke, which will last, and the words that he wrote, which will last for a lifetime. So the life and times of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, of Kenya's globally acclaimed scholar and author. It goes through an entire pictorial, and even after that, just giving honor to him. And we'll look into some of those stories, of course, because the power of the pen is one that is unmatched, and that's for sure. Looking at other headlines making it into the dailies today, at least in the Standard. Kindiki falls into the Murima fixation that ensnared Gachagua. Okay. Court stops Ruto from appointing IBC nominees and allows vetting. So we see the vetting is going on, but we are saying that now the president will not be able to do that. We'll look into the details of that. Ruto hits out at the opposition as he defends union with Raila. But the question is, who's the opposition?
Yeah.
Who's the opposition? We're asking ourselves now. Gambling surge fuels tax windfall oversight falters, and Treasury head teachers at odds over release of capitation funds. Look, this thing is simple. You released the funds or you didn't. It's very simple. Did you send the money or did you not?
Did you not?
And how do you have some people receiving 87 bob? This thing is not hard. You send the money, we move. You didn't, let's know that you didn't. But this cat and mouse game, anyway. Other headlines that we're looking at today, looking into the opinions, a finance bill is not an annual constitutional requirement. You don't have to do it just because it's, something that you should do. All right, looking into other headlines quickly before we take a break.
There's this story here, still on the Standard, page 16, and it seems like we just never seem to get it right when it comes to our foreign affairs. And Somaliland inaugurates Nairobi diplomatic mission amid official dissent. Even Kenya giving a statement saying that it does not approve of the opening of Somaliland's mission in the country. Still just conflicting with everybody else. And nurses issue fresh strike threat over pay staffing. We had a discussion here about clinical workers, and now nurses as well are on board saying, you know what, if you don't pay us, we are going to down our tools.
What you expect? What you expect?
Yeah, what do you expect?
Let's take a quick break and come back and look at some of these stories in detail, shall we? It is 24 minutes to 7 o'clock. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room. Ndu, Mark and Dennis, and we're getting into those Friday conversations to end the week. We'll come back and look at stories making the headlines today in a short bit. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTimes Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Okay, it is now going to 7 o'clock, but we're looking at some of those stories making headlines. Yeah, actually, you know what? People are asking me if I have eyes behind my glasses. The glasses don't come with eyes. They allow me to see better. So this is actually what my face looks like without my glasses. Sawa, is everybody happy? Yeah, happy? Okay, I'll put them back on now so that I can actually see, and then we keep it moving. Sawa. All right. We wanted to look at some of those stories in detail. I want to look at this Goge wa Thiong'o. story. I mean, it's covered extensively over pages in the Standard today. And you know what I think? I think that, I mean, I grew up reading, and I still do to an extent. I mean, currently I'll read about 7 to 8 books. Sometimes if I'm pushing it, maybe towards 10 in a month, right? I mean, you've seen me carrying the odd book or so. But sadly, growing up, a lot of those books and what was in those books came from external authors. And my parents made the case for us to read as much as we could, but then later on started to insist that we read our own books. And in order to read your own books, you need to have people who write our own books. And I think one of the things that we don't encourage enough is for our people to write more. Right. And I'm talking about authors from the African continent. We have standouts. I mean, Goge wa Thiong'o is one of them. Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe, that we know, of course, you know. And just from there's so Okoth Pitek, so many that come from Kenya. And I've found myself, I'm currently reading 3 new Kenyan authors, and just an Egyptian author at the moment, and a Zimbabwean author at the moment. So trying to read more. And I think that we celebrate our people at the end of life. We should be celebrating and pointing to the things that they do while they are alive. In as much as Goge wa Thiong'o's works, he used his works in the political, he used his works in the social, he used his works in justice, he used his works not just for entertainment, but left lessons that, you know, we can all go back to. How I wish that some of these literary, could, like stuff that he did, more of his stuff would be used as course text. I believe 1 or 2 of them currently are. In the literature space. But the things that he spoke were of a depth untold. The words that he wrote were of a depth untold by very, very many an author. And I want to use his legacy to say that we should read more of our own, but that we need to encourage more of our own to actually write. The ideas that are in the minds of Africans that should be captured in books, that should be captured, written down. We are the originators of oral tradition, and maybe those who were, you know, in the Northern Hemisphere who were kicked out. I'm speaking specifically about the Native Americans. Were the authors of oral tradition. What we didn't do was write it down as much as we should have, and I think that we should encourage ourselves to do that. He was a powerful pen. He was an activist, and he used his pen to act. He was a literary giant, and he lived a lot of his life outside of Kenya. But the messages that he used his writing to spread, I think, will remain on earth forever. Rest in peace to him, and may his legacy indeed live on.
Fun fact. I am a published author.
Really? Well, good.
I wrote a novel.
Yeah.
I
think it's fantastic.
And I'm working on my second book.
I encourage it. I encourage it. I mean, I met a 14-year-old who's just written a book. I mean, sure, it's a 25 page book, but I mean, that's how we start. And I think that it's encouraging to do that. I mean, right now all I'm writing is academic stuff, but still, I think that it encourages us to do so. And I just, hats off to Goge wa Thiong'o and those in the circles, and even as he rests.
When you just go through even his own story and why he lived out of the country for a very long time, paints to a person who really loved the continent, loved the country, spoke a lot to power through his literature. It is sad that he chose to live out of the country because his life was in danger. Perhaps it's about time that we as Africans as well just learned to, like we keep saying, listen, let's read more to what is actually being said, and the need for us to just do right, so that people like the giant that is Goge wa Thiong'o would have other literature that portrays us in a positive way.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And let's not forget the epidemic that is Kenya. That every time we think entertainment, we think nyama choma and alcohol. It's the biggest thing. Why I say it's the biggest thing is that this country is sorely lacking in social activities that do not require us to be inebriated. You look at the plays in Kenya, you find that usually it's half the hall is full. You look at even comedy.
Yeah.
That it's they're very nice comedians in this country, but they're very as funny as Kevin Hart, I'd say, that do not have the space and the attention of the people. And people forget one thing. Tanzania prospers in the music industry because down from the village, people celebrate their talents.
Yeah.
This is a very important thing, that we are able to create alternative ways of entertaining ourselves, entertaining our kids, and entertaining society that does not require us to be using substances to feel better. Now, why do I say this? The power of the pen that Gungu wa Thiong'o had was only available to those people who were either curious or were studying him. Today, as we speak, Kenyans should ask themselves, how much of the philosophy that is Kenya, how much that is the culture that is Kenya, is informed from thoughtful people and thought leaders who are trying to guide our society into the right paths. Right? Professor Ngugi was not a professor of what he studied when he got his postgraduate degrees. He was a professor of now. He lived in the moment, commented about the moment, lived to put input into our society, decided to write in Kikuyu so that the Kikuyu people could understand that literary works can happen for them. They can have a body of work that is theirs. But the rest of the country, I'm telling you, we are a bare naked cultural society where how our society goes is like how people used to test ugali, whether it is good or whether it's ready or not. We just throw things at the wall, whatever sticks, whatever doesn't. That's why you'll find that Mapangale and Matopare are things being done and there's no philosophy behind them. Because we've decided to take art as a hit instead of a communication.
Very true. I mean, I can't be said better. That's for sure. That's definitely for sure. Another story coming from you, Dennis?
All right, so
can we do your favorite?
Yeah.
Just go. Yeah.
Decapitation.
Go.
You know, what worries me is not that head teachers are complaining. Right? Because the teachers are saying some of us have not gotten decapitation. Right? Do you know what scares me most? That the ministry does not know what all is.
You don't understand the definition of all. According to Webster and Oxford, or maybe somebody needs to write an African dictionary or put together, compile an African dictionary because words are changing. Because when you say all, that normally would mean everything that is allocated to a particular space, category, or time. In entirety, completeness. That is what all means. Yeah, it could mean something else.
And you see, that's my worry. That if the ministry can say all, and then not all get it, it points to either a very faulty register, a very incompetent disbursal of funds, or where the holes where our money disappear to. You understand? Because the one thing you're supposed to be competent of as a minister of everything is to understand what is everything under you. In Japan, a minister will resign because a train derailed. Boss, the guy was not riding the train. The guy is not the head of that train company, but he takes so much responsibility that if something goes wrong, he's willing to resign.
It's not just resigning. They resign and apologize.
Yes.
To the entire country.
Exactly. Here in Kenya, you say, no, it's not my fault. You stay in office and you will never apologize for what you do. And then a lot of these cases disappear. You know why? Do you know why? Danny Kurga effect.
You see, when you talk about matters to do with education, let's just see. The National Treasury has announced that it has completed the disbursement of all capitation funds owed to public primary, junior secondary and secondary schools for the current financial year. This comes even as head teachers across the country continue to raise the alarm over persistent funding delays and growing pressures in the education sector. Speaking during a media briefing, Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kipto confirmed that the final tranche of capitation funds amounting to 22 billion shillings was released on May 19th, covering Term 3 allocations for all public schools.
It is a lie. Sometimes instead of couching things and putting lipstick on a pig, let's just say it as it is.
As it is, yeah.
It is a lie. You know why? That history often repeats itself and that people are living in an experiential reality. That we see. Now, I didn't say experimental. It could look like it's experimental, sour, but it's experiential. That in the last 6 years, you have never sent capitation for the entire year by the time it's even before half-term, term 2. It has never happened. We are saying that 7,000 shillings was left from term 1. Where did you miraculously want to tell us that the 22 billion that you've sent covers the 7,000 shillings extra and then you've paid until the end of term 3? Hey, God in heaven, please deliver us.
And you see,
what is it?
As these delays do happen, as head teachers continue complaining, the people who suffer the most are the students. Because what will happen is head teachers will be forced to do two things: ask parents to pay, or close schools and send
children home. Jane Auma, a head teacher in Kisumu, said schools are under immense financial strain. So tell me something. Do you think that, you know how sometimes we have Debbie Downers? We complain about everything. The sun is shining. Why is the sun shining? Okay, then it cools down. Why is there cloud cover? Then it starts raining. Why is it so cold? Then why can't we have people like that? But in this case, where you're handling children, it is not that say, there's no money. No, head teachers, schools, operations will not tell you there's no money if there is. They will not say that we have not received money if they have. Come on, what are we talking about? They said the last term, the governors owed learners 4,000. This term, we're owed 3,000 per learner, mind you. So remember I told you 7,000? That's the number we are still talking about. 3 plus 4 is what?
7.
Okay, thanks. The ministry has warned us against asking parents for assistance. We cannot suffer in silence. So what do? We are telling you. We are telling you they still owe us 7,000 bob. Now you're coming to tell us that we've paid until term 3. Okay, so what about the other money that you're supposed to have paid, which we already in doldrums over? Another school from Kiambu expressed similar frustration, revealing that his institution had received only a fraction of the funds required. We're expected to run an entire school on a token. Our classrooms are crumbling and there is barely space for our grade 7 pupils. It's not difficult. It is impossible.
And you see, when you talk about the 7,000 that wasn't paid, you remember these children were in school, but they were serviced. There are people who took their wares, who are contracted to bring in, to bring in their services and goods. That means these people have not been paid. Schools have pending bills to suppliers, and these suppliers are today telling schools, we are not supplying you with our goods and services until you pay us. That means these schools will close.
You know, there's something that we keep forgetting in this country. Now money is always better than tomorrow money.
Tomorrow money,
Right? Meaning that there's inflation, etc. But these are the kind of things that stifle our economy. Because if there's a guy who's been waiting 5 years for a county to pay him, there's another one who's been waiting 10 years to be paid. Then there's the one who at the local school harvested his maize last year and brought it to the school and has been owed just 300,000 shillings for the last 1 year. Meaning he's been unable to do certain business transactions which would have increased the GDP of this country. The knock-on effect of not releasing funds into the projects that you have promised is also that the economy slows down in its growth. And why is this critical? There's something that we need to understand, capitalist as we are. When money is delayed, from an institution called the GOK, which out of a GDP of 11 trillion is the one that brings in 3-point-something trillion, 4 trillion into the economy. When this 3 trillion is delayed, 30% of what the economy is supposed to do is delayed.
Yeah.
That means that the growth we are seeking for and the taxes we are looking for and the ability to pay debts we are looking for is being stifled by the same institution that is supposed to solve these things. Juliani said, hatutaki bidhaa zikuwe cheap. Tunataka pesa ndio tu afford hizo bidhaa. Let me tell you, economies across the world work the same way. Give the people the ability to spend and the economy will grow.
And you see, as you talk about education, just next to that story, unions demand pay for 99,000 teachers in acting positions. A row is brewing between the Teacher Service Commission and teacher unions over the fate of more than 99,000 educators currently serving in acting capacity. The dispute came to light yesterday during a session in the National Assembly's Education Committee, where lawmakers questioned why the TSC continues to retain a large number of school administrators in acting roles, despite the government having allocated a budget for permanent positions. At the center of the standoff is a proposed amendment to the Teacher Service Commission Act, sponsored by Mandera South MP Haro Abdul Ebra, which seeks to legally anchor teacher allowances, a move strongly opposed by the TSC. So we're talking about 99,000 teachers in an acting capacity who have not been paid. And here we are saying that we have released allocations and capitation to school, yet even when we have budgeted for these teachers to be paid, we still have not paid them. And then we want to say that the government is doing everything to ensure that our education is working. Ulisikia wapi?
Wacha nikwambie, I would like to just have one answer from this week's conversations. This is the only thing I pray God, Jesus, Allah, Muhammad, whoever can hear my prayer, to just tell me what are Kenya's priorities.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I just want to know what is that thing that if we touch, we feel like we are having a heart attack. We are having a stroke because we've touched a certain sector that matters so much. Health, here. Complaints. Education, here. Complaints. From primary to university. Please, Kenyans, tell me, what is the one thing in this country we hold so dear, so sacred, we cannot mess it up? That's just my question. I am tired of feeling like this. I am tired of feeling like I'm losing hope. I love my country. I want us to succeed. I honestly do not care who makes us succeed. But please, ministers, if you're hearing me, imagine we're on your side. Imagine we want you to succeed. Imagine we want you to have a legacy. But please, let's put first things first.
See, when you talk about education here and we raise the concerns, all the government needs to do is to do the converse of the stories that are here.
That's the truth. You know, it's
Talk
true.
about 99,000 teachers have not been paid. All the government has to do is pay them. And the next headline that will come here,
Teachers have been paid.
Pays 99,000 teachers.
It is true, sadly.
Capitation gets to schools. Children are able to continue with schools uninterrupted. Simple.
Yeah. And these issues of the different amounts of monies that reach different schools, and I know the 87 shillings was, and that's why people are met with such shock that it actually did happen. Some schools which have thousands of students received 4,000 bob, others received 10,000. Yes, others received $1 million plus. But the thing about this story is that the discrepancy and the shock in terms of what we are waiting for versus what we receive is what makes up that story. So actually, yes, the head teacher did confirm that what they received was 87. Others received 4,000. Another one received 9,000. Some, 900, like that. And so that was the question about what happened. I think as we go back to the education story, that PS Kipto should be at pains to then explain to people how that allocation was, because what we understand is that the capitation should come and it's one amount.
Yeah.
The amount, if you're in high school, for example, is one amount. If it was supposed to say 17,000 and in term one you paid 1,000, then the balance is 16,000. And then if you paid 9,000, the balance is now 7,000. So it is that number multiplied by the number of students that you have in your school. That's what they're supposed to receive. So this other discrepancy that's coming about, really, it doesn't make sense. And I think we wrap this all around truly. What is the priority?
What's the priority?
What are you supposed to do? It shouldn't be the case that everywhere you look, there is a crisis. You look in the health sector, people are on the street for 6 weeks. Then nurses are going on strike again. Then doctors said, "Ay, Jamini." Then you want to look in education and people have not received the money that they need to go to school. We're not painting a bad picture. We are looking at the picture.
Ndu, you know what I would like to see? Because it's easy to deny teachers, nurses, clinical officers. Can we do ourselves a favor and once see parliamentarians on strike? Why is the parliamentary budget never late, never questioned? Have you ever had MPs have stayed 2 months without salaries? Have you ever had their allowance to go to Dubai and benchmark on about benches? Have you ever had it delayed?
It's not been paid?
Let me tell you, dear God, can we see a parliamentary strike one day?
And let's see what will happen.
So they feel what we feel. And dear Lord, may you confine them to our hospitals, level 2, 3, and 4, and deny them going to India. We see how they feel.
With a shot that is not working.
With one that's
and
not
on top of that, dear Lord, please let them go to the same primary schools we went to. Let their kids go there so that they feel it. And we should pass a law that if you want to be an MP or a minister, all your family should enjoy the services you are in charge of.
That you are in charge and legislating over. Those are some of the things that we talk about, and those are some of the thoughts that we lay bare. Good morning at 7 a.m.
Morning, this is the news wire. Amla Obaga. President William Ruto has begun his tour of Homa Bay County. Ruto is expected to inspect and launch several development projects before leading the nation in the Madaraka Day celebrations on Sunday. The celebrations will take place at the Raila Odinga Stadium. Ruto is expected to visit Nziwa constituency, where he'll launch the construction of the Gor Mahia Ring Road in Magina area before inaugurating the Nziwa Technical Institute in Kanyamwa Kologi Ward. President Ruto will today officially close the Blue Economy Conference at Tom Mboya University. Nziwa MP Martin Owino has urged residents to come out in large numbers to welcome the president during his development tour of the area. Now, President William Ruto's apology to Gen Zs during the National Prayer Service continues to stir up mixed emotions among Kenyans, including political leaders. Opposition leaders who gathered at Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka's home in Kitui County criticized the president for his apology, calling it a mockery of the families of the youth who died at the hands of police officers who used excessive force during protests against the 2024 Finance Bill. DAPK party leader Eugene Wamalwa and former Public Service Cabinet Secretary Justin Muturi dismissed President Ruto's apology to the youth, claiming that no action has been taken against the police officers who carried out the killings despite there being evidence.
Majenzi walikufa hawakufa. Vijana waliumizwa hawakuumizwa. So Bwana Ruto, is not a question of if. You have blood on your hands. That apology umepeana jana, conditional apology, is not acceptable and it has been rejected by Gen Zs of Kenya.
Ati Ruto anasema kama tulikosea. Ati kama tulikosea natoa msamaha. Iko msamaha hapo? William Ruto, take your apology to Sugoi.
Other leaders who attended the meeting also urged Ruto to admit that his government made these mistakes so that his pardon could actually be accepted by Kenyans.
Apology ni kuomba tu msamaha kusema nimesamea. Lakini repentance ni lazima utaje ni makosa gani unataka kusamehewa.
Hiyo Kenya iendelee, Ruto must. That is the most important thing. Na yeye ana shida akitupigia kelele ati hatuna agenda. Tuko na agenda. Agenda ni kufukuza yeye kwanza.
Meanwhile, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua made it clear that the opposition continues to put in place strategies to ensure that they defeat Ruto come the 2027 general elections. On his part, Kalonzo accused the president and his government of continuing to violate the constitution.
You saw, I must remind, to uphold the Constitution of Kenya. And some of the things you are trying to do together with your fellow administrators in this failed administration are clearly anti the Constitution and they are impeachable offensive.
Pahali unaona mimi ndio ushindi utakuwa. I am not just an ordinary politician. I am a political scientist. Yeah? Na mimi najua kupiga hesabu ya siasa.
It should be noted that Ruto apologized to the youth as well as neighboring countries, including Uganda and Tanzania. And finally, Radio Maisha, our sister station, is today celebrating 15 years since it began broadcasting. Radio Maisha journalists and presenters led by the head of radio and programming at the Standard Group PLC, Edin Kwambai, and Radio Maisha head of programming Anne Njogu will today gather for a special event. Radio Maisha team will thereafter be celebrating with Madare funds tomorrow, and in the evening we'll hold a party at Expressway Lounge. That's the Newswire. I'm Ndu Okoh.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 7:07. Good morning, and this is the 30th of May, getting into the end of the month. And as we do, the conversations that we have don't stop. We're getting into one that we're going to enjoy this ride definitely this morning. But before we do, I want you to imagine something. Imagine having a trusted ally by your side always, and that's the I&M Bank promise. We empower you with tools and support to turn your aspirations into reality. So whether it's buying or rather entering into a new business venture, your child's education, this big project that you want to do, securing your future, I&M Bank is here for you. Some flexible financial solutions, personalized guidance, basically to let you know that we are on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. Don't just bank, build your future with a partner who believes in you. Experience the power of on your side banking and find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And always remember that I&M is on your side. We get into a conversation this morning, and you're going to make a connect today between a game show and a societal issue. And we're going to bring that together in what we are calling Don't Crack Cricket. And the CEO of Bichachi is Nick Mararo. He is in the hot seat this morning. Nick, Good morning.
Thank you very much, Asante sana.
Asante sana, karibu for joining us. We're going to get into this conversation and we'll build towards that in just a bit. But as you may or may not know, every week, CT, who's normally here, goes around the African continent and we land in a country and we pick up a basket full of proverbs that we share every day. Mark is going to share that proverb with you. He'll tell you where it's from, and then we would like to hear your interpretation of that. Yeah?
What's the most famous African pattern on fabric?
The Ankara.
Interesting. What's the Ghanaian one?
The Ghanaian cloth is called kente.
Kente. Exactly. Clap for Ndu, everyone.
Thank you, please.
Yeah, well done. So it's one of the most famous ones. It's the ones which the Black Panthers used to use. The guys who believe in Kwanzaa in the United States do it. So it's a very interesting export.
Yes.
Same as the Kikoyi for Kenya, whose patent is held by Japan.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Did you know that?
I heard about it.
Yeah.
I didn't know how true it was.
It's very true.
Okay.
Similarly, the patent for Kinte is not held by Ghanaians.
Wow.
Yes. Because when Africans come up with ideas, they're not ours.
I'll tell you more about why patent and why. Anyway.
Good stuff. Yeah. I like this guy already.
You do?
You know why? Interesting fact again. So you know the quadratic formula?
We use it every day.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Did you ever notice that every formula founded by a European has the European's name?
Yes.
And every other founded by an Iranian or an Indian or a Chinese or an African is called quadratic. Is called a name that does not mention. Have you ever heard Hassan's law?
No.
Or Kamau's law?
No.
Told you, when Africans come up with ideas, it's nameless.
Yes.
But the proverb of the day, and it's tied to what we are talking about, says, knowledge is like a baobab tree. No one can encompass it with their hands. In other words, you cannot fully hug a baobab tree.
Exactly.
Yeah. What do you think about that proverb?
I think it's very self-appreciative. It actually speaks about why life, you can't just, you have to look at life wholesomely. And the baobab tree is known for its girth.
Yeah, it's a very wide trunk.
So when you, and I fully appreciate that, because there's no way you can hug it. And it's the same thing about life. I mean, you require an effort from everybody to come on board. I think that's a deeper meaning of it. It's and the shade of the baobab tree. And the ukwaju, which they call the ukwaju juice. It's one of the sweetest. So I think, to me, I think what you're saying is actually true. You can't just basically do things by yourself. That's why we're here. You can have a conversation by yourself as well.
There you go.
Yes.
You don't have the...
well, if you have a conversation by yourself, we need to take you to a doctor.
Yeah, perhaps you should be having a further conversation with someone else.
But you know what I like about what he said? I like the fact that he brought in the aspect of teamwork. That you cannot hold it alone, but if there are 6-7 of you,
you will.
It's possible.
You can. Absolutely. So, as we get into this conversation, we are dealing with a lot of societal issues currently, and that society needs to come together in a time whereby we're not really sure how to crack it. And I guess all of us coming together, just like you said, Nick, to then be able to do things and use unconventional forms to actually see how we can sort through current societal issues. And you, as the CEO of Bichachi, have come up with something. We're going to get into that. Let's actually start from there.
Okay.
What it is, and then we'll do some backtracking as to how we arrived there. So we're saying, don't crack it.
Yes.
What is that?
Awesome. So, crack it. I like to go back to what Mike said about patenting, right? We've patented the first game in the world where you can play pool with your hand. So anywhere in the world, we started with that. So how did we get here so that we could start the first game, pool game? Because games of pool is played with a cue stick.
Yes.
But now we've liberalized that. You can say you can use your hand. You can throw your ball and you can play. But we did this for so many years, right? We were the biggest financiers and supporters of pool games in Kenya. We've gone the length and breadth of this country. We've gone to Nyeri, Nanyuki, Meru, Eldoret, Kitale, everywhere, and giving just a conventional game.
Yeah.
Then we realized, just like you were saying, we were playing on European rules. And we realized, hey, hold a minute. We're giving this money based on black ball rules, which are based on European rules. Why can't we create our own, just like we created M-Pesa? Why can't we create our own game for pool? And that's how we developed a game called Cricket, which is our own patent of our game where anybody can play pool, as long as you can use your hand, you can play it. You don't have to have crazy skill levels. And it's on the first break. So we thought, why don't we develop it? Then we realized developing a game is only one thing. But why can't we layer that with messaging below it? So that's what we said, before you hit the ball, you say, Gonga boli, usi gonge bibi. Or babe, for the guys who don't have wives, right?
Yes.
Then we realized the women came on board. And guess what they said? Gonga boli, usi gonge buana. I mean, it just became organic.
Right.
And people just started doing all different types of things. And then we had somebody else came and said, ukiachwa, achika, rudi soko. You see, behavior, because we are realizing that guys want to have that kind of opportunity, but they don't have a place to speak.
You see, Nick, men are very, especially in the culture that we are in, the African culture, a man is supposed to be tough, he's supposed to be a stone, kuwa mwanaume, jikaze kimwanaume, and men have not had an opportunity to just speak on issues that affect them. So it's you've broken up with your babe. You don't know who to talk to because pretty much you're just an island. Yes. And you find that these are things that bottle in, and now we're talking about GBV cases that we record every day here in this room. And here is an opportunity where men come together through a game and have these discussions, and in one way, one is letting it out. Exactly. Just how critical is this in making sure that mental hygiene and men speaking out is a priority?
Actually, very good point. We've actually realized that 85%, if you go to any pool hall in this country, and pool is a second, can I give you a fact? It's the second largest sport after football in Kenya.
Played one? Okay.
Yes, because anywhere you go, any place, name it, any small village, any remotest part of this country, just call and ask, do you have a pool table? They'll say, yes, we do have a pool table.
True.
So every day, young men and women, young men especially, are sitting in those areas. They're considered like drug dungeons, considered like bad places to hang out. Nobody wants to hang out around there. And guess what? We are saying those places could be the places of change because you go to the source and you discuss that.
Right.
When you call out an issue, you call it out on source.
At the source.
And that's the best way, especially this thing for making it not cool to beat your babe or fight with your chick. If she akikukataa amekukataa, you just move on.
So this is an issue that, because we can draw parallels between what we are talking about now and what has been happening in society. And let's take over the last 1 year, where unfortunately we've seen high numbers of femicide.
Yes,
it has happened. It's uncomfortable, but that's the truth. And that the majority, experts tell us that up to 93% of the young women who've died as a result of femicide have been killed by their intimate partner.
Yes.
Right? So it's intimate partner femicide that we're looking at here in most cases. Now, we are saying that came as a result of somebody, being left, the thought that perhaps they were with somebody else, or that they were not able to provide financially for whatever reason, but that resulted. Now, we're not even talking about gender-based violence because that's a whole other kettle of fish with higher numbers and the gravity of the situation even worse there. Are we saying that this is an outlet whereby before you get to the place where you raise your hand, before you get to the place whereby you have some kind of dangerous contact, that this is a place where you can actually come and open up? When you play the sport, usually they say, well, walk away.
Yes.
But oftentimes they say, walk away to where?
Yes, exactly.
So what is this ending up in?
I like that. And last weekend at KICC, we actually had a demonstration of that. We had the first cricket festival at the KICC, where first we had big name musicians, comedians, Eric Omondi, Jugush, all these guys who were on stage and they were discussing the same subject. But what we also had was a mental wellness clinics. So guys could just go and just talk to people. And we just realized that a lot of people are actually in need of talking to somebody. So we assume that in this digital age where you have your phone looking down and you're kind of tethered to your phone, that is enough. But we've realized that people just need a hug, need to talk to somebody.
Yeah.
And that's what we're offering. We're offering a close contact spot where you can actually come and talk to us.
And there are people around.
And then also get a good reward out of it. Every ball is a prize.
Oh, wow.
So you win something. Unga, skuma, kuku. We just go with the flow. Nothing crazy, but just crazy rewards. We're giving you a feel-good moment. We even make you the star. So in a normal game of pool, two people play against each other.
Yes.
In our game, you play against yourself.
Okay.
So you can you're only as good as yourself.
So how does this work, Nick? We do have like pool centers around the country where people can go every weekend, or is it after work, kind of like a rundown time? How does that happen?
So what we are going to do, currently we are going to start in Uasin-Gishu.
Okay.
So in Uasin-Gishu, we are going all the way down to the village level. And I'll tell you the reason Uasin-Gishu. Uasin-Gishu has the highest pool tables in this country.
Get out of here.
Than anybody else, yes. And
More
I'll tell you
than
the history. Yes, more than Nairobi. Uasin-Gishu being, during the reign of some things you like to quote data, historical data, during Moi's term, most of the people were in the military, and the pool tables were where the military guys used to go hang out. So they went home back and they said, hey, guess what? There's like a game we play, barracks. Can we introduce it back home? So every hamlet in Uasin-Gishu, every village has like a pool table.
It's true.
So those guys are big. So we are starting there, the home of champions. And we are bringing that from next week. We're going to every week. We're going to be in every single village, creating that awareness. Then we're going to come and create a league. And finally, in July, we're going to have a very big festival of all the guys from the villages who come and play in Uasin-Gishu, in Eldoret.
Yeah.
Then we're going to do that in every county. We're going to go to Mombasa, do the same. We're going to go to Kakamega, do the same. We're going to go to Nyeri, do the same. Because we want this to be part and parcel of what we are.
Let me ask a question.
Yes.
Because I've been listening keenly. First, in terms of the sport.
Yes.
There's even international pool championships.
Yes.
And those guys can do amazing things.
Yes.
But I've seen videos of Kenyans in a little local place that can do amazing.
Exactly.
So I can see the part about the talent. I love the part that your CSR is reaching out to couples dating or married or whatever and trying to bring peace. I like that. What I am missing is what's the business model, what's the sports model for what you're doing, right? Like when I interact with you, which part is business and how does that work, right? And then which part is CSR, and then these things come together to create what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, very, very, and I like the question you've just asked because brings us a very poignant issue. On what we are, we call ourselves social entrepreneurs. So social impact. I told you we've done this since 2019, and we realized just giving away money in a pool game is not sustainable.
Yeah.
Nobody is there to do that. That's why when you heard me say the business model is around social entrepreneurship, and we are saying brands can now come on board and attach themselves to us. For example, we have QuickMart. If you go to QuickMart Roysambu right now, you will see that we actually have, when you shop 500 shillings, a pool table is outside QuickMart. And every week you have a chance to win 100,000 based on you. And we've seen women win. We've seen men come. Like today is one of our biggest days because everybody now comes for the finale, all the guys. Then there's the balls. You know there are 15 balls in a pool table. Every ball is worth something. There's a soda, there's crisps. So all these brands come together. There's Kiwi. Yeah. I mean, all these different guys. So sustainability of that is what lacks in sports. And we already have now what you can call the greatest initiative where we can plug both social issues, and entrepreneurship, and we make money out of it.
I love it. Because I was looking for that. And the reason why I was looking for that is the biggest danger, according to me, to our youth today financially, is they consider betting a job.
Yes.
Right? And the worst part about that is that when you consider betting a job, your intellect is often not being used, it's being manipulated.
Yes.
Right? You should see the people who play, what's this thing they're called? Aviator. It's crazy. So I love the fact that I can specialize in pool and then go to Quickmart and win 100K.
Yes.
Right? That's good. And then the fact that you're bringing brands on board. So here's my question before we move on. How is pool coordinated across the country? Because I've heard you're going to places. You're going to Mombasa, you're going to starting in Uasin Gishu, etc.
Yes.
Is there a pool confederation you're thinking about? Is there a process by which we will get a Kenya pool champion who can then represent Kenya internationally? How is that structure?
Very well. As I said again, this is a very new game in the world. So it is part of pool, but not under pool. So we are actually we work with a federation, the Kenya Pool Players Federation. We're in association with them. We've done that before. They've come to our events. They've supported us a lot, and we are actually asking government to actually support the Kenya Pool Federation because those guys have been there slogging it for the last maybe 5 years. They only came into being in the last 2 years. Pool was actually not considered a sport. It's considered so finally, it's kind of now considered a sport because it's not gambling. It's not betting. I mean, this is your skill level. It's either how you hit the balls. And pool is a mental game. If you play the normal pool, you have to have, when you hear about kufichiana white, that's a strategy. Kufichiana white is a strategy game. So that's what it entails. So we're working with both stakeholders, whether it's federations and creating a league. But for us, being a new game, first we have to do a fabulous job of sensitization. And that's why we're coming into KTN from Sunday, where we have our game show where we're going to introduce this to the world. We have hosts like Njugush, who's going to be the host. Amazing guy, funniest comedian ever. For the first time being on TV. I had not realized that. Yes. To him. So seeing that effort that is being put in, we will see that seeding happening. The other places are Meru actually and Mombasa. Two major, if I tell you the hotspots of Kenya is Uasin Gishu, Meru and Mombasa. For pool. Yes. Mombasa, you can tell, I think people just like to chill. And I think that's where it is. And being very close to Tanzania. But we are so far behind our neighboring countries. Pool in Tanzania and Uganda is so structured. You will be shocked at the numbers. I mean, they come, when we held tournaments, they used to come all the way from Uganda to come and compete in our competitions in Kenya. I mean, so you have a different, varied way of playing pool, which I believe that's one of the greatest ways we can take this up to the next level.
Indeed. And, just to continue to make the connection between, obviously, this activity, and then you're able to plug into this activity and then give people an outlet. And I'm just seeing a comment that we just bring people into the conversation. And she says, this is why women on a large scale enjoy the chamas. It's not just about coming to put money into a pot and then go back, but it is also an opportunity for you to engage and leave the whole gossip phenomenon behind, but for you to actually come and share with what's going on. And then you leave that place one of 2 or 3 things happening when you're more enlightened, where you've been able to take a load off your shoulders, or you've just had a wusa moment. And the problem with a lot of these vices we see in society today is that people have not had a wusa moment. And they take all of that pent up energy and that frustration, and we found that it has an outlet, and unfortunately that outlet is violence. Sadly. And I remember when we were at the height of the conflict in Somalia, there was a program called Sports for Peace. And what that did is that it took a thing, and I'm just making the connection between what you're saying, it took a thing that was so popular in football, and it connected with these young people who engaged in this violence, in the war, in the conflict, and said, this thing that you're engaging in, let us give you something else to do that will take up your space and your headspace. So I can see the connection, and I wish that a lot more of us then would use these social engagements, these where people are anyway.
Yes.
Yeah? And use them to then take up a lot of that mental capacity. Because, Nick, we are dealing with an epidemic.
It is.
In terms of mental hygiene and mental health and mental frustration, a task force was put together about 5 years ago, and they said it's a national emergency, this thing that we are dealing with. But in terms of we are waiting for people to do something about it, that hasn't yet happened.
Yes.
And you may be the first. You may be the first. So I don't know if you realize, and I'm sorry, that's a long-winded way of getting to the question. Do you realize really how big a thing that you've gotten into? Because people now who will have an outlet whereby they're not beating up, they are not going to kill someone. And I say it so easily, but that's what's happening.
That's true.
Do you realize how much of a responsibility you have taken on to then get people to actually let a load off?
I do reckon that. And I'll go back to the quote that he gave, the Baobab quote. I think I've started holding the Baobab, and I just want to hold each other. And I want a coalition of the willing, because it's all about teamwork. It's all about coming in together and holding hands together and working together. And I believe it requires, it's a ripples change, a butterfly effect. You start one thing and slowly it catches on. So we're looking for that virality. We're looking for corporates to come on board. And it's being apolitical, being completely apolitical and seeing how things can be, because actually it's a real menace. If you look, like the other day, I just read about a young boy who his girlfriend broke up with him at one of the universities. I will not mention which one. And he actually just killed her, put her on top of the tanks. Yeah, at the water tank. And the hostels, and just went back to sleep.
Went back to sleep.
Imagine.
Wow. Let me ask a question before you go on break. It's true that men are more violent. So I did a research, because I love sometimes listening and watching true crime documentaries. And I thought to myself, are there female serial killers?
Yes.
There are.
There are.
Yes.
Then I realized the difference between the two. Men are violent, women are subtle. And this is what I mean. And what I want to ask you. Most men, because of our physicality, rarely suffer physical abuse. But most men suffer emotional abuse.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Is that part of your program? Because when I speak to a lot of male people in marriages, in relationships, they don't complain, I am beaten, I'm pinched. They stay in the bar scared of going to their own house.
It's true.
Because of the emotional abuse we go through, the gaslighting, the whatever. Is that part of your program? Because I am so worried that the male version of abuse is not addressed in this country.
It is true.
And like we said the other day, you can't call cops on emotional abuse. Nimetukanwa, bibi nimetukana.
You look weak.
Ameniuliza mimi mwanaume ina gani?
You look very weak.
Yeah.
Indeed, and I like what you're saying, because what we've seen is we've seen it, especially when guys are making this clarion call before they play the game.
Yeah.
You're seeing guys say, unajua, just like we're saying, hata ile unatukano, kuna mtu anakutukananga, yani you lose the last bit of you as a man.
Yes.
You know, like there's a guy who says,
please repeat that statement, because women don't understand. Repeat.
There's one that I heard somewhere. A Boda guy told me, he says, bibi yangu alikuja kaniambia, Nick, wewe huwezi jua, hawezi jua, umetuita sijui counseling, hawezi jua, mimi ndio najua. Wewe kuna kitu unajua na ujui. Unajua ujui.
Yes.
Wewe unajua ujui. And left it at that, meaning he knows what she was actually going below the belt.
Yeah.
And saying he knows he cannot perform.
Yeah.
So he's coming in.
Snap.
Yeah. And then guess what? We can't even sort this thing out here with counselors.
Yeah.
And that thing killed him to the last bit of him.
Yes.
And it's true. That's also a psychological game warfare fought by women. And I think they need to understand the men. The one thing about a man is his self-esteem. You don't break me. And I think that's what's happening with a lot of, especially guys in this hard economic times.
Yeah.
Guys are being emotionally broken, and by the time somebody is coming back to you and maybe using the last what you call anything is maybe slap back or whatever, I'm not condoning violence.
I hear you.
But we're saying we need to appreciate what you're saying and bring this all as a discussion. And that's what we're going to have at the game show and all these different talks we're going to have. We have great guys like Pastor T. I don't know if you know Pastor T, who's also part of us. And he's been having those talks. And he's been telling guys it's time to call it out. I mean, it's part of the ukiachwa chika. So call out even women and tell them yes. And people like Americs have been saying it. And people call it bad masculinity. But I think it's any voice that adds into this whole conversation, I think it's good.
Let's open it up a little bit. Let's take a break right now. We're going to open this up because this is where the rubber meets the road, is it not? Nick Mararo is the CEO of Bichachi, and we're having a conversation about a show coming up. Don't crack it. Ukiwacha
achika. If somebody leaves you,
just be left.
Yes, but unachika unaenda wapi?
Exactly.
Go to see somebody mental, talk to somebody, talk to us. Just like that. That's what we want to create. Just like you go physically shower.
Yeah.
Go mentally cleanse yourself.
Go cleanse yourself. I love it. Let's take a break and come back from this and we'll continue this conversation. We're looking at, all right, don't crack it. And we'll also get the details of then what happens Sunday and then what happens after that. But we'll delve a little bit deeper into this thing that we don't really want to talk about. But perhaps we're at the turning point now where if you don't address it, we're going to have a bigger problem than we have today. At 26 minutes to 8 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. This Friday, having a conversation around using, social engagements to solve social issues. We'll talk and be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTimes Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 23 minutes to 8 o'clock, and we're having a conversation this morning with Nick Mararo, who is the CEO of Bichachi. Don't crack it. And some of the things that we're going along with what you're saying today is ukiwachwa achika.
There's somebody who's added to me and told me, now akichales. Yani, the one who can achika less.
You can't be left. I can't leave it. I must stay there for some reason. Yeah. And we're talking about truth this morning, isn't it?
Yes.
A lot of this stuff is uncomfortable, Nick, to discuss.
Very.
So Mark opened it up. So let's go because we're in the thing, isn't it? Yes. And so we're talking about a game show, but the underlings of this is that it's a place where people can actually come. Yes, they can engage in a sport whereby they have a skill, or if they just want to play.
Exactly.
But what we are saying is that kablo gonge ball Ukigonga boli, usigonge bibi,
Bas.
usigonge bwana.
Yeah.
These are things that are actually happening.
Exactly.
And the lead up to some of these things is that, unfortunately, what is disease? Disease is not a sickness. Disease is the lack of ease.
Thank you.
Disease is the lack of ease. We are no longer at ease. And we are trapped in a place whereby people are angry, people are frustrated. People normally say, if you were to lift the roof off of houses and see the things that are happening today, we are really dealing with a very, very difficult situation.
Yes.
Is this one of the solutions to the frustrations that we see? We say men don't talk, they beat. It sounds painful.
Yeah.
But that's what people say. You know, women talk and maybe talk too much
Yes.
sometimes, and that's what gets us into a problem. Can we open up this can and be real about some of these
Completely, we can. And I believe what Mike said is actually true. The men who actually sit in a bar and they are just tired to go home. And these guys, I mean, they're like cooking inside, pressure cook. And that's why I tell guys, I mean, I think some of these things is just have a place and space you can discuss. And most people, men, we do not, just like you said, women go to chamas. That is the grounds. They discuss. But where do men go? When we go, we are bragging. Hey, me, I have a new motive one.
Yeah.
Have you seen my biashara?
Yeah, but you see, how do I go to the bar and sit at the counter and say, my wife said I don't perform?
You see,
No,
That's
seriously.
true. Yeah, that's true.
You know, because the thing that men carry as their pain, as you correctly said, is their identity.
Yes.
Right? I'm telling you, I've seen men who cannot even leave the house because of a statement that was said.
It's true.
And it is so embarrassing to talk about that statement that you don't even want your own father to know. Right? And those are the spaces men need. Because much of the GBV that occurs in this country is brought about by the pain that this young person most of the time does not even know how to control.
And then
he goes insane. How should society create spaces for men? Because even when you're shooting pool, we don't talk about deep things.
And that's what we are triggering that. We've actually seen there's a bit where when we initially started this thing, I remember there's a lady who was playing pool, and she heard what we were saying, gonga ball is gonga baby, and she says, "Na ukigongewa," and everybody went quiet.
Nasi mayai.
Yes, everybody went quiet because you know what gongewa means, right?
Yeah. Do this for me, please.
Okay. I think Mike will explain it.
Let me have the pleasure.
Mark.
So there's a TikTok theme. It's called kugongeo. That means to be hit for. As in, I'm hitting something in your stead, not behalf.
Okay.
Instead of you.
Okay.
Now, kugongewa means that you have a girlfriend, wife, but there's someone else who's getting more intimate privileges than you. So umegongewa.
Voila. Okay, got it. All right, here we go.
Now, and you finish it, and it's not eggs. It's just beating eggs. Yes.
So those discussions are indeed happening with our new game, because our new game allows anything to be done. And that's what we want to use this platform to discuss those elephant in the room topics, which I think people would never normally discuss.
Yeah.
And I think that is where I'm seeing us going with this. And as you said, I didn't realize how I think we're in the thick of it.
Yep.
You see, Nick, you're talking about a game that brings both men and women together, you know, and it is an opportunity for these conversations to be held among both, you know, between both men and women, in the sense that you find that women would go to their chamas and have their discussions there, and men would go to their bars and just talk about their cars. They would talk about the deals that they've signed, but never really get to talk about the issues affecting them. But here we have a game that is bringing men together and women together to talk about mental hygiene, things that normally both men and women would not sit down to talk about. And here we see an opportunity for these group of people to finally have discussions that affect them and come out with solutions. Just how critical is that, and have you seen a situation where both men and women are talking about these issues at the pool table?
Yes, we're actually seeing this. I hadn't realized how the veracity of it, but indeed, we are seeing them discuss openly. I mean, it's. And I think Kenyans will love discussing. I've always told even my friends when I talk to people, like I like to be discussed. I don't want you to come and confront me on the phone. Call me, Juliet, what did you do? Talk to me, but don't talk to me like this. When I'm taking you for a game drive or I'm doing a road trip, Abu, talk to me about those issues you had. You know, at least I'm looking at the road. I can define
a comfortable space.
You know, that's how men should talk to men. I think it's normal. So those are the things we're saying you should be able to discuss to men about things in a very creative way, as opposed as to take people down. Because this thing of pulling a man down at his lowest and he feels this is it. You go to your chama, you say this guy, man, he can't perform. Everybody knows you've been gongewad, but yourself, you know. So those are the things that we want to bring out. And humor is a great initiative, and that's why we have people like Njugush.
Sure.
Because people like to. Like right now, I'm sure a lot of men, and I'm seeing the guys who are even texting me, this is men, and you can tell a lot of men are really, as you rightly put it, they're in a situation, but
So I mean, it's obvious that society needs spaces where these frustrations then can run free, because the alternative, unfortunately, is a violent and deadly one, which we have seen, and you know. When you are the one who has meted violence against someone, we don't think about you.
Yes.
We think about the person who has been hurt or died. But you know what? It is not possible for you to be violent to someone. It is not possible for you to act in that manner and part of you doesn't die.
That's true.
It is impossible that you are not affected by this.
Yes.
So how about we get to the place whereby before any of this happens, you're actually taking care of yourself while having some fun, you know, at the same time. And I think that we've not been intentional or we've not been deliberate to sort out some of these issues. I remember, you know, my friend Edward Quach, you know, God continue to rest his soul.
Yes.
Talked about the fact that we just don't have spaces where men can actually just do this thing, you know? And that nobody's saying take the ego off. We're just saying hang it on the coat hang for a minute, you know, and let's just be real about some of these things and how we're going to actually have them done. So you talked about come Sunday, you know, the launch of this show. What exactly will happen and what can people then, you know, be able to take part in?
This Sunday, expect 8 to 9. Expect great humor, but real issues. Real conversation and real people. And I believe we may not all be in that space. We may not all come to a place where we can discuss.
Yes.
But a semblance of what we are going through will be showcased. And I like what you said, and I think we will integrally put it in our show, where we actually discuss those issues of the takedown moments, where a man is actually taken down, and there's no way come back from that. And we can maybe see how to, in a humorous way, showcase it. Because a lot of guys are going through this.
Yes.
You sit there, you're being told, because you cannot tell a woman she did not perform. But a man, you can take him down and say, and you know, that one you can never fight with it. All she has to say is, this guy, Ezani. That's it.
Or to say, unajua, the guy I'm with is better than you.
Oh my God.
Oh, dude is dead. And if you look at the level of addictions in men, it's directly related to the inability to get back our identity. And there is literally no infrastructure in place, and I'm talking about social infrastructure, where broken men can go and be fixed. So what do? We drink every day. You go home drunk, so you are numb to the pain of seeing this person who's hurt you.
Yes.
And then it becomes a cycle, and then you die by 55 because you've held on to pain and things like that for so long. So you get blood pressure, you get diabetes, and then literally you die of a broken heart. I am not telling a story. This is true. There was a good friend of mine, I think he was maybe 67, and we were both engineers, and we used to connect so well. He used to look for me all the time, you know, let's play chess, let's do this, and became very tight. The guy was always sad for one reason. The wife had convinced the children that he was a useless guy. The day he was taken to hospital, there were so many chances to save him, but he had already given up
himself.
His soul was gone after years of not being dehumanized, made into his manhood was taken away from him. And this is something that no one is talking about. But it happens with such reckless abandon that we are looking at a generation of men that are so broken. But they can't talk about it.
You know, you raised something very critical, because I remember there's a time I was just having a conversation with guys a little bit older than me. And these guys, 5 people, were all going through divorce. But among themselves, they didn't know. So every time they meet, I struck this deal, I bought a new car, I have this house and whatnot. Until one guy just said, you know, guys, I'm going through divorce and I need someone to talk to. I've drunk, I've done everything, but I'm not getting the closure. It's upon that moment that the silence that you talked about,
yes,
the room went silent and everyone started speaking and realized that we are all going through the same thing, but we're not talking with each other to understand what it is that is happening. And if here are individuals who used to play pool together, they drink together, they go on holiday together with their families, but no one really is talking about the divorce that is happening. When they started talking, they both started seeing counselors and they found a way out. And here we're seeing a situation where from the word go, conversations are happening. From the word go, and you're able to deal with these issues earlier enough to be able to heal souls, to be able to deal with could be GBV cases, and be able to find solutions at the opportune time. You know.
So, next Sunday comes and the show is premiered. It's premiering on KTN.
Yes.
So what's happening exactly on Sunday?
So it's a premiere of our season 1 to just introduce the game and to introduce this platform where men can come and basically men and women can discuss this vital component, because we just don't want to play a game. We are tired of just having something as a game show. We are tying it to great things. And also corporates are now onboarding because they're coming in and they're giving away. Remember Omo Pick a Box?
Okay.
Yes, I remember Omo Pick a Box.
I know the
it's
name.
Very akin to Omo Pick a Box. It's a reality game, so every ball that goes in is worth a prize.
Okay, you win something.
You win something. There's unga, there's chele, there's soda, there's a fridge. I mean, different things. You'll win different things of. So all the 15 balls have a prize.
Okay.
So when you pot it, and before you play, you have to make some commitment. And the commitments are, I will be able to speak out about my issues. Nikiachwa nitaachika, nitarudi soko. Or as people are saying, we need to stop this thing of cancel culture, right? Because we cancel, as you rightly put, we come into an effect where you're actually talking about an issue, but we're talking about an issue after the fact. This guy is in hospital. But we're saying, oh, how did he get to hospital? Nobody's saying it's because of his habits. He did not have somebody to discuss this with. So what we're saying is the smoke after the fire. So we need to arrest it at home. And that's what we're saying. And I agree with you. All of you guys. I think this discussion is bigger than me. It's big. We need all of us.
It's the baobab tree.
Exactly. You know, so the baobab tree, there you go.
You know, just to add to that, Kenya does not discuss spousal abandonment when you are sick, when you are broke, when something goes wrong. Those moments really matter. And I'm saying both sides, because I've seen men who the wife is in hospital with cancer, he goes and makes someone else pregnant. I've seen women who the husband is unwell. Suddenly, she's not interested. The depth of conversation that this country needs when it comes to how we handle relationships and how we handle each other in relationships needs to go deeper than what we play around with. Even the idea of Ogatena Urudi Soko, people don't realize that you are starting by the statement that when him chafu.
That's true.
You don't see it because you start by saying, I've left a relationship.
Yes.
I am dirty.
Yes.
I need to shower before I go out again.
Yes, true.
So what dirtified you?
And I think we even need to get these conversations beyond that, because you find by the time people are about to get married, there are cultural things that are told to people. Kuna wale wakunga wenye wanakuambia A, B, C, D, and that is what people stick to. Perhaps it's about time we have these discussions and even escalate it to people to realize that the things that you are told when it comes to relationships, it's between you two people. And that in the event there is a misunderstanding, it is upon you to deal with them and find a solution. Kugongewa or kugawa or all these things should not happen, but people should just have discussions and talk and find solutions.
It's finally time to basically unveil that later. Because I think men have hidden into this blankets. I guarantee you there are many men right now driving back from home just completely bitten. They're doing everything they can do. They provide. They give their all. But they can't go and enjoy themselves back home. And they can't tell anybody.
So home is not a safe space?
No. Probably the only safe space they have is their car right now.
Yeah, is either a car or a bar.
Or a bar.
But do you realize what we are saying? Do you realize, I think a lot of times we give these statistics or we give these realities without realizing the depth and gravity of what we are actually talking about.
Let me ask you something. You said something. You said 4 out of 5 or 93% of all femicide cases. Remember femicide?
Yes.
We're not discussing GBV.
No. Femicide.
Now remember this.
Femicide, the death.
Realize how big this is.
Yeah.
All a close, intimate partner. What does that mean?
Incidences, yeah.
What does that mean? Where is it coming from?
It's husbands, it's boyfriends.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's based on a relationship.
Yeah.
So if you elongate that conversation, you realize that the real essence of it is a relationship. So today, you could be a silent guy, not even doing anything, not even harming anybody. But one day, uspaki, ukreki. And that's why you say, don't crack.
Don't crack.
And you see, I like that.
Is it kreki?
I like that statement to kreki, because people think kukreki is optional. That you choose one day, you know what, I'm going to lose my mental health and I'm going to slap Ndu. That's not how it happens.
It doesn't work like that.
If you live in a society that one is always negative, like how Kenya is, you're always stressed by just, do you know that feeling you have when you land back into Nairobi? There's a feeling you get. Everyone knows this. Everyone who's ever been, whether it's Dubai or whatever, when you land back, there's a thing that just squashes you.
Yes.
Then your home, your internal relationships, whether you're a man or a woman, is not home. You are homeless. Then what happens is you start chokora habits. Yeah, because when you live on the street, you need drugs and alcohol to absorb the pain. You become violent because you've lost so much power of your own that violence is the only thing that is left.
Yes.
And during this period, people always think marriages will break down because something big has happened. No. Marriages break down because we've not learned, one, problem solving, ndio sikreki. We've not learned how to reconcile, ndio sikreki.
It's true.
You've not learned how to be honest, ndio sikreki. So as that happens and you're homeless, the more chokora you are in your head.
That's it. And, even as, it's lights, camera, action at 8 o'clock on Sunday night, we're opening up the door for these conversations to actually start to take place.
Yes.
And there are folks who are saying, well, how can I be part of this? What can I do? Where can I go? Even after Sunday, when the show, what can I do? Where can I have a place where I can, sit and have this conversation?
Okay. Very good. So what we're doing, first of all, social media is big. We have some social media pages. You can follow us on our public channel on WhatsApp. It's Lipa Likes, LIPA, LIKES, LIPA, LIKES, likes that pay, where we have on all social medias, Facebook, Instagram. So we'll be having all these conversations, all these outlets. You will be telling you what will be. And we're also at Quickmart right now every day of the week. Quickmart Roysambu. You can show up there and you can see what's going on because we're actually having this conversation there. And we appreciate corporates that are coming in and realizing the value of... we spoke to Quickmart and they said the real value is because we realize that people have issues on basically coming to the store. So, for example, one of the challenges we have on the game show is you have a 2-minute challenge. So this 2-minute challenge is you shop for 2 minutes only. And guess what? A young Gen Z is told shop for your parents. An old man is told shop for your 6-month-old. Great dynamics. Because you're seeing different
you're
things.
Asking an African man to shop for a 6-month-old.
Exactly. Now that's it.
But
now you got it.
This isn't it.
Exactly.
We're breaking
exactly.
down. We're breaking down the societal norms, and one of those societal norms is that men, number one, don't speak.
Yes.
The older people don't, take care of the younger ones. We don't have women taking care of their men. This is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And we can be real in this space, can't we?
Yes, we can. And somebody has just told me, this is a quote, you should use it, I think, attributed to a very good friend of mine. He says, ears that do not listen to advice accompany the head when it's chopped off.
Indeed.
Deep, huh?
It's true.
Ears that do not listen to advice accompany the head
when it is chopped off. This is the time. And we've been complaining and we've seen the effects of not dealing with a lot of these issues. We've seen the effects. They've ended up in years of abuse. They've ended up in death. We have men, we have women, we have people who've walked around with issues on their shoulders as high as the sky.
Yes.
The mental health issue in this country, although we're starting to chip away at it with things like this, it's still a very, very long road.
Yes.
And it's things like this that we see, initiatives where we can have fun on one side, but actually deal with the issues on the other. I think it's very important, and I think it's crucial. I think it's vital.
Exactly. And I believe also, just like you're saying, we're not saying that we are clean, but we are saying we are normal. We fight every day.
It's called the human experience.
Exactly. My wife will maybe say something and talk back to me, and I'll tell her, hey, you're coming close to me. And she'll be like, me, I don't like, but I tell her, me, keep it real. I'll tell her, don't talk to me like that.
Yeah.
There's a line. Yes. And I'll tell her, there's a line. You talk to me this way. I like to be talk to me personally. Don't call me, because she has this habit. Like after we fought, so you thought you've cleared everything. Then later, like after 5 minutes, she will call you and talk like 50 minutes. You were there in the room. You sorted this thing. Then the whole day you think everything is all sorted. Kuna kitu, I forgot. And she goes for and I hate that.
But you see, there's the opposite of that. Silent treatment.
Silent treatment.
Are you okay? I'm fine.
Silent treatment is actually abuse, if you ask me. But that's a whole. I think it is. That's a whole other kettle of fish. You hear me? I think it's abuse.
It's abuse.
I think it's abuse. I think silent treatment is abuse.
And as he said, where will you report silent
treatment? Who will you tell?
Yes.
Who will you tell?
You can't even call your dad and say, imagine dad nimenyamaziwa kwa nyumba.
You can't.
You can't.
But these are the issues, and that's one of the things that we want to keep it real about this. And let's see how we can change society. In this case, one ball at a time. Don't crack it. Watch out. KTN, 8 p.m. on Sunday.
Exactly.
And let's see how this movement starts. Nick Mararo is the CEO of Bichachi, who's been our guest this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you guys were amazing, a great sport. And this is a great conversation. I'm sure a lot of men I've seen have been listening as well.
Indeed.
And women. I think it's good. It's a good conversation starter. Thank you
so
very much for having me. Appreciate you.
Good stuff.
Good morning. At 8:01.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga. Kangundo Level 4 Hospital in Machakos County has confirmed the admission of 2 patients suffering from Mpox. The hospital's Chief Medical Officer, Frederick Imemia, has urged the public to observe high standards of hygiene as the disease spreads the same way as COVID-19. He added that the public should adhere to the measures they used during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Na ile ningesema ni kwamba wananchi, ni kweli kwamba tuko na wagonjwa wawili hapa Kangundo Level 4 Hospital ambao wako na Mpox, na ile ningesema ni kwamba ukipata dalili ambayo mwili yako iko na joto mingi, umepata rashes ambazo zinatokea uzaha, kuna kuvimba kwa lymph nodes ambazo hizo dalili, hizo ndio meja ambazo unaangalia kwanza, alafu unasikia mwili umechoka kama mtu ako na malaria ama vitu kama hizo.
And Attorney General Dorcas Odor has clarified that the public seal, which is used to stamp important government documents, making them legally binding, is domiciled in her office. Odor has insisted that the seal has not been moved to the office of the head of public service, Felix Koskei, as claimed by some leaders. She further emphasized that all arms of the government work collaboratively, seeking to dispel any rumors surrounding the custody of the key state instrument.
The custody of the public seal is the subject of Section 28 of the Office of the Attorney General's Act, Caps 6A of the laws of Kenya. This provision stipulates that the Attorney General shall have custody of the public seal of the Republic of Kenya. This particular provision has neither been repealed nor amended in any manner whatsoever. Accordingly, the legal custody of the public seal remains with the Attorney General, and as such, the Attorney General has and retains the in custodia legis of the public seal.
Radio Maisha's sister station is today celebrating 15 years since it began broadcasting. Radio Maisha journalists and presenters led by the head of radio at the Standard Group PLC, Edwin Kwambai, and Radio Maisha head of programming, Anne Njogu, will today gather for a special event at the headquarters along Mombasa Road. Some Standard Group journalists say they are using today to celebrate the journey of success and the great goals that lie ahead, considering that Radio Maisha has become a reference for listeners, not only for programs, news, entertainment, but also in informing and educating them.
Imefanya vyema sana kwa miaka hiyo 15, imeweza kuteka anga, kupasua miamba, na imekita nyoyo za Wakenya wengi, na sio Wakenya tu waliokumu nchini, lakini pia wale ambao wako nje ya mipaka ya taifa la Kenya, pamoja na ughaibuni, Marekani. Naona wengi wananifuata pia wakiwa katika mataifa ya kigeni. Kwa hivyo kuweza kuteka anga na talanta tajika, sauti tajika, content ambayo hakika ina cut across, iwe ni vijana, watu katika umri wa makamo, na si kwa umri tu, lakini pia ukiangalia katika nyanja tofauti tofauti kama wanahabari, iwe ni katika spoti, vipindi vya kuelimisha. Heko Radio Maisha, and happy 15th birthday.
Chamge Tugul Radio Maisha, radio zaidi ya radio. Gichamo, mumetufanyia kazi nzuri. We've been really those great listeners wa Radio Maisha, na tunawapenda. Vipindi vyenu vimekuwa tu nzuri, na tunajua kwamba hata hivyo mnaposherehekea the 15th birthday, tunatarajia mengi kutoka nyinyi. Najua mmetutoa mbali na mtatupeleka mbali kama wasikilizaji, kama vile matangazo, kama vile taarifa, kama vile vipindi vyenu. Tunatarajia mambo makubwa tena zaidi kama jina tu inavyo Maisha. Tunawapenda na tutazidi kusikiza Radio Maisha, manake ni radio zaidi ya radio. Happy birthday.
That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Baga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mornings
done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 7 minutes after 8 o'clock, and this is the 30th of May, 2025, and getting into the last day of the Situation Room in the month of May. And even as we do, I want to remind you that in every dream pursued, every goal set, and every milestone achieved, there's a partner who stands with you, steadfast and unwavering. I&M Bank says, you know what, guys, our promise, it's simple. We're on your side. Bas, nothing else. We are on your side. Whether you're launching a new business, whether you're seeking financial guidance, whether you're striving for personal growth, we are here to support you. You don't even have to think about it. We're here to empower you every step of the way. The commitment extends to offering innovative solutions to impacting lives, because at I&M Bank, your aspirations fuel our mission. Discover the power of On Your Side banking. Find out more at any I&M Bank branch close to you. And remember that I&M Bank is on your side. Guys, we were singing happy birthday earlier in the day. You know, we didn't sing happy birthday to one very, very, very important group of people.
Let me tell you, this person is so important that they really bring Maisha. They bring life.
They bring life into it.
Yes. And they've been bringing life, I hear, for the last 15 years.
Absolutely.
They're
teenagers.
Before Uhuru was president.
Yes.
Omera.
They were doing the thing.
They were doing that thing.
Yeah.
And they're still doing that thing.
Yeah.
And not just
Very well.
doing it very well.
Yes.
Because we're talking about number one, top 3.
Yeah.
Across the country and beyond.
And I'm telling you to do well in Kiswahili, my friend. You know, the only course I got a B- in is Swahili.
You're trying to tell us that
I'm trying to say I'm a genius.
So you had C's and others.
Yes, no, I had A's.
Okay.
I had, in fact, chemistry, I got a perfect score.
I was taking a dig at you.
Yeah, I know, but I also had a chance to brag. But people who perform better than me in my chemistry, people who bring Maisha to FM.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Our big sister is 15 today. Radio Maisha, Radio Lydiah, Radio turns 15 today. So it's a full day of celebration. Absolutely. And saying that, it's been 15 years of bringing great radio in Kiswahili and, rumba and sharing that music and all of those great things that you can experience on radio. We want to say happy birthday to our big sister. Happy birthday, Radio Maisha. And even as you continue in bringing great entertainment, may your audiences grow even wider than that of the baobab tree, which we cannot put our arms around. So we continue to listen. Radio Lydiah Radio, from sugar in the morning to sweetness in mid-morning with Anne and Clemo and Jitebi, everybody and then of course with Tito Nagwala, who's bringing you the best of rumba throughout the day and getting into your DJ mixes and into the weekend with your sports. It's the offering that you can have on radio from Monday to Monday non-stop. Once again, happy birthday, Radio Maisha. I'll sing at a later time. Yes, I will. I
in
promise.
Swahili?
How do you sing happy birthday in Kiswahili?
Hey, Jesus, is there a birthday song in Swahili? Well, Sauti Sol did a thing, right? Does it have Swahili?
We shall look for it.
Yeah, we shall
You shall look for it, and then you shall osmosis it, and then I shall sing it. Sawa sawa.
Is it? No, it's that guy from TZ.
There are quite a few from TZ.
We'll check. We'll see.
We'll check, and then we can see what we can do with that. Sawa sawa. So once again, happy birthday to our big sister, Radio Maisha. Okay, we're getting into our Healthy Friday conversation this morning, and we're going to be looking into something that has a lot of people wrapped up, and we're asking our questions in terms of, so exactly what happens? Why is it that I get a cough and a flu right now, and then maybe I go into hospital, somebody gives me antibiotics, and then I'm fine, and then gafla binvu, just a few weeks after that, I start to sniffle and cough again. And it forms the basis of a conversation that we're having this morning and asking ourselves the question, what exactly does happen? A Healthy Friday conversation today is going to be had with Professor Rodney Adam, who is in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. He's a pathology and infectious diseases specialist, and he's here this morning. Professor Adam, good morning.
Good morning. It's nice to be here.
Thank you so much for being here. And, of course, in joining us to celebrate Radio Maisha, whether we are all going to celebrate today, whether we like it or not. So we're glad that you're here joining us on a Healthy Friday conversation. It's an important one. But before we get into it, shall we do something which is a bit of a ritual that we do here? We go around the African continent every week. We land in one country and we come back with the proverbs and from that country. And so we're going to share that with you today. Mark will tell you which country we're in. He'll share the proverb and then we would like to get your interpretation of the same. Fair enough?
I think so.
Okay,
good stuff.
Let's go.
So this country is in West Africa. Have you been?
My first time in Africa was in Liberia.
There you go.
So yes, I have been to West Africa.
Liberia. There's Zanzibar. There's an island called Zanzibar.
Yes.
There's Mombasa, right?
Yes.
We've got the Tsavo. We've got beautiful Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. You know that?
Yes.
And then the first place you choose to come to Africa is Liberia.
You just don't
that may have been before you were born.
Indeed. Well, there's a country called Ghana whose proverbs today are what we are discussing. And they say that knowledge is like a baobab tree. No one can encompass it with their hands. Knowledge is like a baobab tree. Baobab tree is huge. Like its trunk is maybe the size of this table, right?
There's some that are bigger, actually.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yes, in fact, I was in Mombasa or in Diani a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And they had a tree with a trunk bigger than this.
Yes.
So yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Then it continues to say, no one can encompass it with their hands. So what do you think about that?
I like it because there is so much knowledge out there, and each of us, even if we know our area of expertise well, there's still so much that we don't know and so much more that's remaining to be discovered.
Mm.
So it's exciting and it's very relevant to science and medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Thanks.
Indeed. And so there's a lot more that you can find out. You never actually exhaust anything. And in terms of knowledge and understanding, those are some of the things that we want to be able to look into. We want to have conversations around things that are relevant. We want to have conversations and gain knowledge and understanding about things that we face or on a daily basis. And whether those are societal issues, whether those are governance issues, and for now, those are health issues as well. Let's take a look at some things that have been happening over the last few months. When we've come off of COVID, and I say come out of COVID because essentially we did, didn't we? We saw a recurrence of flu-like symptoms, every now and then. And people told us, well, it's a strain of COVID, it's a strain of something. But more recently than that, in the last couple of months, and it could be because of change of weather or whatever, but you're the expert, so you will tell us. We have seen that there has been a reoccurring of these symptoms, that somebody could get a really terrible, cold, the coughing, the sweating, the aches and pains and all of this. And then before long, they're in hospital getting treatment. In some cases, antibiotics have been prescribed. And then they're on the path towards recovery, or so we thought. But then, thereafter, the sniffles are back. And we are starting to ask ourselves questions about these strains. We are seeing them we're seeing it in children, we're seeing it in adults. There's just this big almighty bug that seems to be going around and doesn't seem to be swatted off by anything. What are we seeing, and what could all of this be attributed to?
Well, first, there are many viruses that cause respiratory illness. COVID is one of them. Right now, influenza has been the most common, but there are many that are going around all at the same time. Another big one for younger children is called RSV. In the laboratory, we diagnose those various viral infections, and we're seeing all of them. So usually when somebody gets sick with a respiratory virus and then gets well and then gets sick again, it's an infection with another virus.
Of the same family?
Not the same family. If it's influenza the first time, then maybe it'll be one of several other respiratory viruses the next time.
Okay. The assumption is that when one is taking antibiotics, you're doing this for a bacterial infection. Can you have antibiotics for a viral infection, for which you told us respiratory illness in some case are viral, some also bacterial?
The answer is these colds, coughs are almost always viral. And the antibiotics that we have are only for bacteria. So antibiotics make no difference. Often what happens is that somebody's been sick for a couple days, they take an antibiotic, and then they get better, and they give credit to the antibiotic. But in fact, it was the body's immune system that took care of it, and that's why the symptoms went down.
So why are we prescribing antibiotics for viral infections?
We shouldn't be. And that's one of the really important things. First of all, there's the idea that antibiotics are totally safe and with no downsides. And that's not true. There are serious side effects that can happen, so don't take them if you don't need them. And then secondly, on a more global idea, the more we use these antibiotics, the more bacteria will become resistant. And we have a real problem with bacterial resistance now throughout the world, and specifically here in Kenya.
Now, Doc, there is the issue of antibiotics being sold off the counter, and that's been a big problem because I remember a while back even the doctors' fraternity raised an issue with that, and government moved in to equally just have a discussion around that. But still, antibiotics are being dispensed off the counter. Just how serious of a problem is that to a society and the resistance that continues to be felt in Kenya?
Yeah, I'm glad you raised that. That's an important consideration. In fact, I was here in Kenya for many years before I even knew that there were laws not allowing pharmacy to dispense antibiotics without prescriptions. But as we all know, that's not enforced, and people are doing it routinely. And that is a big factor that's contributing to the bacterial resistance here.
So what happens with bacterial resistance exactly? Walk us through that process.
Well, when you take antibiotics, the bacteria are very clever. They will eventually become resistant to whatever you use, or there will be new bacteria that have always been resistant. And now, when you get an infection, it's caused by a resistant organism. So the antibiotics are selecting for the more resistant organisms.
So here we have resistant antibiotics. That would mean that for anybody who's attacked now by a bacteria and needs to be treated, that doctors need or pharmacists need to crack their head to find a combination of drugs that would then go into healing this individual. And in terms of the country and its expenditure in taking care of its people due to the resistance that we continue to face, just how much of a burden is that to, say, the government? Or an individual for that matter, because then they pay from pocket?
Yes, it is a big burden. And for the various kinds of infections that do need to be treated with antibiotics, what often happens is that the antibiotics that are needed are expensive. They are available only intravenous, so it's very difficult to treat those infections. And even more concerning for the longer term is that there are no really new drug classes that are in the pipeline right now. So we're running out of effective drugs, essentially.
You know,
we're saying it so calmly.
I like how the gentleman to my left speaks of very doomsday events with such nonchalance that it is scary. Every once in a while, you get on Kenyan social media, and then they will tell you about the latest super bug. and for some reason it's always some STI. Then they'll tell you there is super gonorrhea, for example, which is untreatable and things like that. Set us at ease or at fear, it depends, of what super bugs already exist in the country.
Well, there are many.
Many.
We have all of these. As you're describing, these superbugs are the ones that are highly resistant to antibiotics. And yes, there are a number of them, including a couple of the sexually transmitted infections, including certain kinds of hospital-acquired infections. And for the occasional one, there is no effective treatment. And for others, we may be back to drugs that are toxic or not very good for treating those.
When you say hospital-based infections,
acquired infections, yeah,
that's scary, isn't it? And what does that mean?
Well, when somebody is admitted to a hospital, whatever they're being treated for, they will also be at risk for hospital-acquired infections.
Okay.
And when they occur, they're often on somebody who has been treated with antibiotics, so they're very often resistant. And that happens at every hospital in the world, and every hospital in the world is trying to make sure that's as infrequent as possible.
But where within the hospital does this actually happen? What are we talking about? That where would you then be able to re-get, or what's the word, be reinfected?
Well, it can be anywhere in the hospital. It can be surgical infections. It can be infections related to other procedures or devices. It tends to be more common in the critical care areas just because of how sick people are.
You see, every time you go to a hospital, there is this thing in the country where you hear that mostly private hospitals are really pushing to have people admitted in hospitals and whatnot. But when you think of it, in order to deal with matters to do with hospital-acquired infections, would be admit as less people as possible. Let people just get in, get treated, be serviced, and go. Then you lower the chances upon which one would acquire all these infections. But that doesn't seem as though it is a concern for the hospitals, or the government is not raking in to address that. And hence we see these numbers continue to increase day in, day out. So should there then be a need for government to come in with a policy in terms of how long someone should be in the hospital when they're seeking treatment, the number of hours they spend in, depending on veracity of the illness they have?
I'd say that would be very difficult to do at a regulatory setting. Really you're depending on the judgment of the physicians there for how long somebody needs to be in. One thing that's happened recently at Aga Khan Hospital is a big expansion of home health care. So that means that when somebody is on the way to recovery but not ready for actual discharge, sometimes having a nurse go to their home once or twice a day is enough to continue that recovery. So that's one thing that can be done. And of course, yes, there are occasional people who are admitted to the hospital who didn't really need it. I don't think we have seen that to be too much of a problem at our institution.
I want to look at this issue of reinfections and the use of antibiotics, and that it is, every time a child, let's take children as an example, every time a child has the sniffles, and even before seeing a doctor, which they might present with headache, fever, and it's not been tested whether it is a virus or bacteria. We know that fever can come with viruses, but we also know that bacteria, rather antibiotics, will not treat viruses. But we are uncomfortable with this whole idea of the virus must pass through the system, which we've been told. You must let it pass because it will pass. And that all you can do is treat the symptoms. You can't treat a virus. It'll go. But we are uncomfortable with that imagination that my child will be sick in bed and is uncomfortable and I need to give them lots of fluids and, up their fruits and vegetables, things like that. But it is the uncomfortability of that situation that makes one want to go for the antibiotics, which will provide temporary relief, but not cure you of the thing. How do we start to divorce ourselves from this thing that an antibiotic is the be-all and end-all of every single illness?
That's a really good question and a really tough one to answer. Now, there isn't even any relief from the antibiotics. You just add side effects when you give them for a viral illness. And these cold sniffles are almost never bacteria. So we're talking about viruses. But even when I was in the U.S. before coming here, I would say it's a lot easier to give an antibiotic than to convince people why they don't need one. And that was in a setting where they couldn't just go down to the local chemist and buy one. So here it is actually more challenging because even if you tell people that, very often they'll just go to the pharmacy and be given an antibiotic.
I had another question before, but now I want to ask this. Because when you go to the hospital, most times in Kenya when they test your blood, they'll tell you, you've got high levels of certain antibodies, and we can tell it's an infection. They rarely tell you whether it's viral or bacterial. And 99% of the time, you'll walk out with antibiotics.
Yes.
I can tell you for a fact that's what happens across. So is it possible with the current laboratory capacity of Kenya for a doctor, whoever is testing you, to know whether you have a bacterial or viral infection?
Really good question. And the answer is that very often that can be done without any laboratory tests. There's a frequent desire among doctors that they want to treat a number. So they'll look at an elevated white count and say, this is a bacterial infection. I remember seeing that in somebody who visited our place after having done Kilimanjaro. And they had some minor symptoms, white count was more than 12,000. They said, this is a bacterial infection, you need antibiotics. And in fact, it wasn't. So sometimes those kinds of lab tests are actually counterproductive when you can do a clinical evaluation that doesn't include laboratory testing and be confident that this is a viral infection.
But you see, we also live in a society where if the only other way, again, from a patient's perspective, is the results that come from blood work is the one that I believe the most. So that means there is a breakdown of information to the patients, and doctors also find it as though, like you said, they want to treat a number. So how do we then have a conversation such that the patient understands that it is not always about the blood work that gives you the best result, but then again, just clinical process would give you the best results that you need? How do we marry conversation and treatment?
I wish I knew the answer to that, because that's a tough one. And it's not just for patients and families, it's also for physicians, where there is this default to looking for a number to treat.
Let's take a break and come back, because there is a danger when now there's the overprescription and then the overusage and overdosage of antibiotics. let's look at that. Apart from the resistance, what it actually does in the bodies of those who take them, as often as we are seeing is happening in the society today. We're having a conversation this morning around the resistance that is built up by antibiotics, maybe in some cases where you actually do not need them. And we'll come back from this break and continue with that conversation. This is the Situation Room. Our Healthy Friday conversation today is with Professor Rodney Adam, pathologist and infectious disease specialist, and we're looking at use and misuse of antibiotics. Is it a contributing factor to the rise in cases of common cold and flu? And now we've already established that these are two separate issues. But then somehow we seem to put them together. Let's see how we can remove them one to the other. It is now 27 minutes to 9 o'clock. We continue when we come back from the break. Don't go away.
Situation Room, the only way to...
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTimes Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTimes Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTimes Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Professor Adam is here with us this morning, and we're looking into the whole issue around the resurgence of common cold and flu, and whether it actually does lead to excessive or probably unnecessary antibiotic use. I think we've established that common cold flu they are viral. Can we take the stance and say here on this show this morning that if you have been taking antibiotics for a common cold, flu, this influenza that we've been seeing running amok, that you've been taking the wrong medication?
That is correct, and the best medication is simply for treating the symptoms. Don't use antibiotics in those settings.
Okay. Now, what is the danger of prolonged use of antibiotics when it is unnecessary?
So what we've already talked about is that the person who takes those antibiotics then is colonized with more resistant bugs that are a risk for new kinds of infections. And also something that people often don't realize is that our bodies are normally made up of many, many different kinds of bacteria. And that's on the skin and the intestine and other parts of the body. And in fact, we have more bacterial cells than human cells in our body. And those bacteria are, for the most part, helpful. And when you disrupt that, you have a whole chain of events that will actually lead to a lower level of health rather than optimal health.
Mm-hmm. For children, does this pose a greater risk than it does in adults?
Potentially, yes. And in fact, there is some evidence that multiple courses of antibiotics for younger children result in increased risk for obesity. Just one of a number of potential problems. So, yes.
So there is, you see, even in instances where prescriptions are being administered to individuals, and I'll give an example of TB, where someone has been given the medications, but they don't, after a while someone feels better and they drop from finishing the dosage as prescribed. Later there is now the resistance TB that comes in and becomes even difficult to treat it. So what are just in instances where antibiotics are being issued, have been prescribed, what are the dangers in not finishing the dosage as prescribed?
Well, this is really a totally different story and may run counter to what people have said and believe. And for other, let's say, true bacterial infections that need a course of antibiotics, the risk there of a shorter course is not resistance. It's just relapse of the infection that you're treating. So if you have a urinary infection and the treatment should be 3 days and you do only 1 day, then the urinary tract infection may come back quicker. But that's not a setting where you have an increased resistance problem. TB is a special example because it normally requires 6 to 9 months of treatment. And what happens is that people take the drug until they feel better, so maybe just a month or two, and then they stop it, and then the TB regrows. And when as the bacterial organisms multiply, that's when the resistance can start. So otherwise, the shorter the better.
How many of these super infections are currently untreatable in Kenya?
I don't have a number for truly being untreatable. I think that number is very small.
Okay.
What's much more common is that they're difficult to treat. Either expensive antibiotics, highly toxic antibiotics, and those kinds of things.
As you say that, I'm just thinking, I'm at home, I'm not feeling too well, I'm thinking of going to hospital. How would I know as an individual, either when I get treatment or just before I go to hospital, are there signs and symptoms where I would be able to tell for myself that this is a serious thing? Let me take an example of the flu. So a lot of people have complained over the last 3 months in Kenya that they've gotten very heavy flus that have literally put them down as though they are super sick. Is there a way for Kenyans to know? And the reason why I ask this is, as a typical Kenyan, we fear hospital bills. And you go to hospital, the closer you feel to death. The more pain, the more, that's when you go to hospital. The best thing to do is go to the pharmacy, describe your symptoms, and then they'll give you something, right? So how would someone be able to know, either before going to hospital or while taking the first course of medication, how would someone know that this is more resistant, more difficult, a disease?
How would you know?
Yeah, that you're asking a good question that's very difficult to answer because
I hope so.
These
that's the hot seat.
These are difficult situations. So, for example, with viral infections of the respiratory tract, sometimes your breathing is impaired enough that you need help with that. And there, it might be a matter of treatment with oxygen if you're at that point. And that was common with COVID, more common with COVID than with the other viral infections, that people would have inadequate oxygen. There's just one example, but it would be nice if we have ongoing health education for the non-medical public so that it's easier to make those decisions at a household level.
Okay.
See, the doc talks in terms of the need to have more education in terms of medical awareness. And it is something that in this country, people only go to hospital when they are sick, when you feel as though you can't move, as opposed to regular hospital visits, regular checkups, for you to just know where you are so that in case there is anything, you're able to treat the illness and deal with it. So how critical and how important is it for Kenyans pretty much to have a culture of once every year, twice a year, to just go for medical checkups to know how they are, because your body is your resource?
That's really separate from the whole discussion about antibiotic resistance. But when you do those, you can go through all the aspects of your life and your health. Are you using good nutrition? Are you getting the right amount of exercise? Are you controlling risk for diabetes, high blood pressure? So there are many things that can be done with these ongoing checks that should be done.
What should, because again, I'm going back to the children, because parents are often met with panic when it comes to, when children aren't feeling too well. And in this case, where it is a viral infection, usually the request even comes from parents. Give me something that is going to take care of these symptoms. Whereas the patients, to actually apply the patients to see the virus live out. So the two questions: number one, what is the lifespan of a virus within the host, the body? And then what can you actually do to make this person more comfortable?
In terms of the duration of the virus within the body, it depends on the virus itself and also the individual who's infected. For one person, you may have influenza there that's 3 days, another one where it's 5 to 7 days. And then sometimes afterwards, and especially with influenza, people will cough for several weeks.
Yeah.
And when they do, of course, then we want to know, well, is it just a cough after a viral infection, or do they have something else? So sometimes there will be an evaluation that's needed then. In terms of the symptoms, something like paracetamol, if somebody has fever or just muscle aches, can be very helpful, and that's the way to focus.
How prepared is the Kenyan health system for these developments in the medical field, where antibiotics may become less and less effective as time goes by? That the kind of diseases we'll be seeing could change in their intensity of manifestation. Is Kenya prepared as a country and as a medical system to actually be able to cope and adjust to this reality that seems eminently coming?
Well, my initial answer to the question is, what can we do that will improve our ability to respond? So one is that there are some drugs that are backup on this high end that need to be made available. But if they come in, we also have to make sure they're not overused. So I think there's a lot that can be done there. I think the whole issue of pharmacies giving antibiotics without prescriptions needs to be revisited for enforcement. But also it's a global problem because of the few drugs that are in the pipeline now that will make a difference.
Right. You mentioned, and I think this is the bombshell that Mark had alluded to earlier, is that there's very little now on the market, and this is a global issue. of antibiotics, which we know that they are needed when it comes to the bacterial infection segment of things. That now there are very few antibiotics available that will actually do what they're meant to do because of the fact that we've overused them, we've overprescribed them, probably in cases where we shouldn't have, etc. Now, does this pose a big enough threat at the moment for us to be worried about? And then how can we be sure? Is there assurance guaranteed then that when you do go in with a bacterial infection for which you need an antibiotic, that it will actually work?
That's going to be a big challenge for this country and all the other countries because we can't go back to zero. Before penicillin was released, we really didn't have
anything.
The antibiotic resistance. But as we've used more and more antibiotics, those have become greater. And the antibiotics that we're using now are actually bacterial products, either directly or we use synthetic means to adapt them. So there haven't been any really new classes that have emerged. So there has to be a lot of innovation on the scientific side as well. And my worry now is that with some of the decreases in research funding that we see in the U.S. and elsewhere, that might get slowed down. So again, it's a global problem, and we all have to work on it.
One of the easiest way one would assume that Kenya would be able to deal with these is to address the one action plan that was put in place in 2017 that just puts structure around dispensation of medicine on the counter, talk about antibiotics, and that would help deal with the resistance that we talk about, with the overuse or misuse of antibiotics. So in terms of on a policy level or the implementation and the regulations just being upheld, what should the government do, or what should the medical fraternity do to ensure that the 2017 policy is actually upheld?
Enforcement.
That's
my quick answer, because that's not going to change without a level of enforcement that makes it more difficult to for the pharmacies to prescribe. And of course, doctor education as well, yes. Because some of this is coming from doctor prescriptions that aren't necessary.
Because even the 2017 research that was done was actually found that doctors themselves do not have the knowledge when it comes to prescription. So yes, I agree.
How do we, as a people now, the society in general, when you go to the doctor and he prescribes for you antibiotics, how do you as a person know whether you need those antibiotics or not? Because we have two problems in this country. First, doctors hate to be questioned. You know, they in fact, they don't talk to you. You say your symptoms, then they write on a piece of paper, then they tell you, go to the lab, right?
Yes.
Or they get the lab results, they write on a piece of paper, go to the pharmacy. How do I get informed enough to know whether I need this antibiotic or not? Or even sometimes, is this the right class of antibiotics for what I'm going through?
I don't have a great answer there. It comes back to the issue of education for the doctors and education for the
patient
public. And perhaps not going in so quickly for mild illnesses.
Yeah. Wait, that's an important statement. Not going in so quickly for mild illnesses. Explain or expound?
As we've talked about, most respiratory infections are viral. And we're talking about somebody who is otherwise healthy. So when you don't necessarily need to run to the doctor at the onset of symptoms if it's following that expectation. And some of that is about just training the non-medical public for when to go in and when not to go in.
Wow. How would that be a game changer when it comes to our seeking behaviors for treatment?
Yeah, health-seeking behavior, of course, is not my expertise. And I wish I had good answers for how to change that, but it is an important thing. There are so many things where people delay far too long for going in, whether it's for HIV, for cancer, or whatever. And so saying this for respiratory infections is sort of the other side.
The other side, yeah.
When do you go in and when do you not go in?
So when we look at, pathology, obviously, this is an area of expertise for you. And we also then look at around issues of surveillance, that you look and say, this is where we see the path, this pathogen, for example, where it's going, how it has affected previously, and what it is likely to do before it then goes on and dies off. So you have that surveillance mechanism in place. Now, because you can do that, that's why everybody else in this area is then able to say, well, we've seen the behavior, and then because of that, we can then diagnose this particular medication. You can see the path of it, and you can see that at some point, if resistance has been built up, we can now say, this is why this drug then can no longer work. Because of that, I assume. Please stop me where I'm wrong. Now, if we're able to do that, shouldn't we then be able to employ that same surveillance and say, look at this footprint of the disease burden currently? That's why you can go in and a doctor can say, yeah, we've seen so many of these cases come into hospital recently. Should we not be able to use the same idea of surveillance to say, well, this is what is happening. Do not administer this drug. Do not prescribe this one, but let's look at something else. Can we not use that same idea?
Now, we've been talking about viral respiratory infections. So I'll make it clear that we're going down a different route now in terms of infections that truly do need to be treated. And let's say urinary infections, because they most of the time will require antibiotics. And there are some medications that are more likely to be active than others. And, globally, it's very common that urinary infections are treated with the antibiotic that's likely to be effective and without even requiring laboratory tests. That's more difficult here because the level of resistance. So sometimes you have to test and say, this antibiotic will be effective and this one won't. So there are some examples that fit with what you were just saying and asking.
Yeah. Okay. What would then be? Because we ground it and we say that, look, these are the dangers that lie. This is the practice that we've seen, obviously established that there are certain things we should not be doing. And it's going to take us some time to wean ourselves of this behavior. And when we look around society, there are folks who don't even go into the doctor for many reasons, whether it is financial, whatever. They're able to say, well, this is how my child is feeling. Palm to head, there's a temperature, there's a fever. Then we can just go into the local pharmacy and say, mtoto ni mgonjwa, we take something, antibiotic off the counter. We take some time to wean ourselves off of that with current conversations like this. However, if there were 3 things that we could say today that needed to be done to kind of set ourselves in this situation that we are in and how we can protect ourselves further, what would those be?
All right. My list of 3 would be, one is to enforce requirement of prescriptions for antibiotics. Secondly, train the non-medical public on health-seeking behavior. And thirdly, to train the physicians to a greater level on the diagnosis and treatment or non-treatment of infections.
Okay.
That's a tall order, I know.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's talk about curbing the spread of the disease itself. When let's say an individual goes and finds out I have a superbug, what are the protocols that the doctors or the medical care professional should give the person in terms of how to make sure this does not become spreadable? At the same time, I'm thinking about what you said about hospital-based infections. What can hospitals actively do to actually make sure that if they discover patient X got a superbug, what do they then do to make sure that this hospital is not a superbug center?
Yeah, that's moving into the issue of hospital infection control.
Yes.
And all of the hospitals have some kind of infection prevention and control system in place. And in fact, at Aga Khan, we have some very good people who are in that program, and we actually do a workshop for training infection control people from other hospitals as well, including our own Aga Khan hospitals as well as the public sector. So good infection control, limiting antibiotic use will delay the spread of some of those.
Yeah.
And then within the hospital, the single most important intervention is clean hands. So you don't go from patient to patient without appropriate cleaning of the hands.
Okay, this is interesting because if you were to be a bystander in a medical facility, clinic, dispensary, hospital, whatever the case may be, we assume that because we see medical practitioners wearing gloves, that is okay. And I wonder how many times those gloves are actually changed from seeing Mark to seeing Adam to seeing Dennis to seeing Ndu. Do we take notes of how many times those gloves are changed, or we just assume because that they are latex that they're not going to hold on to anything? How important is that as an intervention for some of these things that we're talking about?
Yeah, that's a good question. Gloves should only be used for one patient, and it doesn't take away the need for cleaning the hands with an alcohol rub or at a sink with soap. Either one is an acceptable approach. So if you use gloves, it's a supplement, not a replacement.
It's a supplement and not a replacement. Well, I mean, some of these things, vital that we have conversations around them, and that's why we do some of these things that we do. Professor Rodney Adams has been here with us this morning looking at the importance of knowledge, really, knowing what we're dealing with, one thing or the other. And we want to thank you for being in the hot seat on our Healthy Friday conversation this morning. Thank you so much for all that you've shared, and we look forward to keeping these conversations front and center of discourse.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
One person has been confirmed dead following an accident involving 4 trucks or trailers per se at Basimba, Imali on the Nairobi-Mombasa highway. Confirming the incident, the area traffic officer Gatoga Nderitu said they fear there may be more bodies trapped in the wreckage of the trucks and are currently searching for them. Due to the accident, heavy traffic is being witnessed on the road, with drivers being advised to be cautious or seek for alternative routes.
Overtake ikitoka Mombasa imegongana na oncoming. Ile ilikuwa inaterogate hapo nyuma yake imeyuma nyuma. Hiyo nayo oncoming ilikuwa na ingine inaifuata nyuma. Kwa hivyo ni trailer 4. So far tumeconfirm 1 fatality.
Na majeruhi wamepelekwa wapi?
Kirome. Lakini sasa unaona hii lori zimeshikana kabisa, na saa nyingine kunaweza kuwa na mtu alikuwa kwa kitanda huko nyuma. Sasa tunataka tukitoanisha ndio tutaconfirm kwamba hakuna mwingine. Si barabara iko totally closed. Zeni kuambia watu watafute njia nyingine.
Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is now seeking to amend his application for compensation, citing what he claims is an unlawful prosecution. Gachagua, through his lawyer Paul Mwite, has asked the court to grant him leave to amend his original application and dismiss the and dismissed his application to be reinstated. Mwite, who was in court in Nairobi, said Gachagua is still opposing his removal from office but has voluntarily decided to withdraw the case. Mwite has also asked the court to enact specific laws that outline the strategies used in the exercise of removing a politician from office. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations has asked a court to allow them to hold 3 suspects in the alleged abduction involving Juja Member of Parliament George Koimburi. The detectives asked a Milimani court to allow them to hold the 3 for 15 days pending an ongoing investigation. In a miscellaneous application filed in court, the DCI claims that Koimburi was kidnapped from Full Gospel Ebenezer Church in Muguta by the 3 respondents. The DCI argued that investigations are still ongoing and releasing the suspects at this stage could jeopardize the process, especially since the MP is yet to record his official statement. According to court papers, the allegations have since created panic, fear, and sharp political divisions across the country as well as within the concerned constituency, which is cosmopolitan. They claimed Koimburi remains critically ill, according to close friends and family. Universities and other higher education institutions have been asked to focus on innovation. Speaking at Zetek University in Mangu during the Technology Innovation Expo, the director of the Africa Center for Population and Health Research, Dr. Catherine Kyobutungi, said the move is important to ensure solutions are found to the challenges facing society, including unemployment. On her part, Professor Alice Njuguna, who of Zetek, supporting the issue, said they are striving to invest more resources in innovation and creativity disciplines, including providing scholarships to students.
So it could be that actually investing in innovation is the one that takes them out of this loop in which they are. Because again, as I've said, there's a lot of funding in innovation and science. But if the universities are focused a lot on teaching, which is a critical role that they play, and the time for science and innovation is sort of reduced, then of course it's a cycle. And they can come out of that cycle if government injected more money into innovation, and then more African academics took this research and development path. It actually could be a source of income for universities that then takes them out of the current financial crunch.
And finally, Siaya Senator Oburu Oginga, along with a member of the public, Dixon Oburu, have filed a petition seeking to block the construction of a second-hand clothes market in Bondo town. The duo, through their lawyer Sylvia Nyambeki, successfully obtained an injunction from the Siaya High Court preventing the Siaya County government from proceeding with the development of the proposed Mitumba market. The case, filed under a certificate of urgency before the Siaya Environment and Lands Court, was granted by the presiding judge, Justice Edda Dena. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human, everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM. Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and taking us into conversations this morning right around what happens then with the youth perspective. But before that, I need to remind you that there's somebody who's going to hold your hand no matter what, whether it is that you're starting a new business, or you're thinking about your child's education, or you're actually thinking about what am I going to do to secure my future. So imagine having a trusted ally by your side always. Well, that's the I&M Bank promise. We empower you with the tools and support to turn your aspirations into reality. So get from one place to the next. Whether it's a new business venture, like I said, or it's ensuring that your children can go to school, or securing your future, I&M Bank is here for you. From flexible financial solutions to personalized guidance, we're on your side, championing your progress and celebrating your successes. So don't just bank, build your future with a partner who believes in you. Experience the power of on-your-side banking and find out more at any I&M bank branch close to you. And we will definitely, you have all the information that you need. Sawa. It is 15 years for Radio Maisha, and our big sister is 15 today. Show us the way, essentially. And from morning to night, throughout, here we are having great entertainment. Radio Zaidi ya Radio. Happy birthday, Radio Maisha. Happy birthday, Radio Maisha. Happy birthday, Radio Maisha. Happy birthday, Maisha. Hey, Kabisa. You guys have talent somewhere.
You sounded like our boy.
No, but I'm telling you, good things and great entertainment. Like I say, from Sugar in the morning to Anne in midday, and Clemmer and Jitabi through into the evening, and just being able to really even listen to the rumba sounds with Titi Nagwala, and joining into the sports over the weekend, and getting into great entertainment through it all. For the last 15 years, Radio Maisha has been there. Radio Zaidi ya Radio, and we wish Radio Maisha a happy birthday, and to another 15 more, and 15 more after that, to continue showing what great entertainment is all about. And we take a moment to do that, and many, many more moments to celebrate and to say that continue being the leading light for us all to then be able to follow. Yep. And so we get into a conversation this morning. Everybody's been throwing this word around. Youth, Gen Z, this. We now have almost used it like, you know how you get a packet of noodles, right? And then inside the packet of noodles is the little condiment. So we started to use it as a thing where we talk about the prescription for governance. And we say, with that, you must include the youth agenda, without realizing that it is part and parcel of the meal itself. It is not a side dish. It's not your salad. Well, salad should be part of your meal. Hey, we're eating vegetables, but it is everything. It is the thing that we discuss. It is the thing that we are part of. And that forms the basis for the conversation that we have this morning to round out the week. Joining us in the hot seats this morning, Nuruddin Kagai is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, and Jerry Kahiga is the national youth leader, and they're both here in the hot seats this morning. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Ladies first.
Ladies, how are you?
I'm very fine.
Very fine. Good to have you here. And how are you?
I'm doing well.
Very good. Karibuni sana. This is the Situation Room, and you're in the hot seats. We're looking at the youth perspective this morning.
Yeah.
And the way I thought about it last night, I said, you know what? To go from being just the condiment in the packet that you sprinkle after the fact, no, it can't be. That there's more to it, that it is part of, it is the discourse, it is where we are. And we cannot say that we'll have... it as just a by the way, no, but we would like to hear where this all is now in the conversation that we have, and it's not moving forward, it is now. So we're going to get into that, but we're going to welcome you to the Situation Room. Mark has been to Ghana for the purposes of this conversation, and he's come back with a proverb from the people who say Akwaba. He's going to share that proverb with us, and then we would like you to tell us what your interpretation of it is. Yes?
And please know that your opinion is very correct. Okay? It's something you can get wrong. Knowledge is like a baobab tree. No one can encompass it with their hands. Knowledge is like a baobab tree. No one can encompass it with their hands.
Nuruddin is going to say ladies first again?
Of course.
Okay. Let's go.
So I'm supposed to interpret that
Tell us what your interpretation
youth
is.
perspective.
Yes, please.
Okay. That's what you call a quick fire, I think. I think the perspective that I get from it is that we have the variety of ideas, what the young people can do, what they should be doing, but again, maybe we are confined into thinking that the youth perspective should be this way, when we should be looking at it from all aspects. Then in the Kenyan perspective, it is channeled that youths need to follow this route. When you go on the other one, you look like you're kind of crooked. So I think we should be looking at it like from a broad perspective. But the system of Kenya has made it impossible for the young people to even feel like they have the whole kitchen for themselves, and they are confined to what you say, to just be the spices. We have been confined into just thinking we just need to wait for our seniors to prepare the meals, and maybe we can come in some tomato sauce.
Yeah, exactly. Some
that's
chili
what I would
sprinkle
think.
there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Nuruddin?
Well, I would say we need to see our scope as broad, or rather expand our territories and think beyond the norm. Because at the end of the day, you're always told, follow the line or the channel, and that channel is always going to be against you. So think wide, be broad in your decisions, and open up your scope or other territory. Yeah.
Indeed. Open it up. Definitely will serve. And, the discourse, whichever way we want to look at it, and that's great for your interpretations for both of you. And I think it also forms for what we will talk about now. The discourse, as we see it in the country, is highly political. Highly. There is a lot that needs to be done. There is a lot that needs to be implemented, and to stay away from the political is one thing that many have cried that we do, but it seems as though it is not possible to do. Beyond that, especially after, and we keep using it as a point of reference, and I think that we should, especially after the protests that took place in 2024, and then we saw a shift. Many would argue that it was a seismic one then, in terms of how the dealings with this country then were going to operate from then moving forward. It changed things monumentally. And then we heard louder than ever that there needed to be youth inclusion in all of these things that we are doing. Do you think there needs to be youth inclusion in all of these things that we are doing, or do we think that everybody is supposed to be included in the conversations that we are having and the political direction in which we are going? Which one?
Well, personally, I believe that everyone needs to be involved. That is why the law talks about public participation. You all need to participate, bring in your input, be it old or young, at the end of the day. What we're seeing, the clamor for the youth
it's more or less just looking for the votes. You see, that's why you see everybody's talking about, we respect the Gen Z, we are going to work with them. That is purely because of the fact that people are looking for votes. And it reminds me of how our politics has been. Every single time a political party is formed, they open up a youth wing. Now that youth wing is where you guys are thrown. You are needed for rallies, to chant, to wear the party T-shirts. But when decisions are being made, now these days apparently they bring just one person to the neck. Now that person is usually overpowered at the end of the day. So you see how they run their affairs. The youth are there to be seen, to just popularize the party. But at the end of the day, they get shortchanged. Last elections, they tried something where some parties are offering, if you are below 35 years, free, you don't pay the nomination fee. We're getting some, but I still believe that they still see the youth as something to just use and throw. And then when now they have to appoint people, now they go for their cronies. And that is how it works at the end of the day. And those that get their appointments, for example, those that they call youth, are those who they do their bidding for. So they are kind of panel beaten into a certain way, and they conform. They wouldn't take someone like Nurdin who'd ask a question like, why are we doing this? So they'll see you as problematic. That is why you see now apparently what happened last year in June, to some in the establishment, they feel kind of triggered. They're like, why are these people, what had made these people actually realize that they have some voice or some power? And so at the end of the day, I do believe that the youth are very important in the country, because every single law you make, you remember Malema usually says, they have the advantage of time. Most of these politicians are old, they'll pass away. So if you're making, for example, if you're making laws that are going to hurt the people in future, of course these people are going to be there. So I do believe that it's quite beautiful that people have actually decided to take part and parcel in decision making in this country. And I believe that's the way going forward. Yeah.
Jerry?
I want to start by saying that I've, maybe because of I'm a Gen Z, and I've failed to understand for a long time why youth have seemed like a minority group, when in reality, in terms of number data, we are the largest group. And the whole situation now, when you look at it from a political aspect, because I beg to differ when people say we should not be apolitical every other time, because everything that happens in this country, from business to agriculture to just the normal social living, is a direct or indirect line of politics. So we cannot do away with politics. Every day when we wake up, when I go to the stage and find that fare has been hiked, is because maybe a policy was introduced and fuel prices went up, and the Matatu crew felt we need to add the fare. So if a passenger feels like I don't want to do politics, then in the morning you find that politics has affected your fare, and you can't engage in the conversation because now apparently it involves politics, but now you have been affected. So I think maybe the aspect of whether the young people should be included or everybody should be included, if I look at the Constitution has had a place where even in terms of elective politics, it gives what age should a president, what should be the age bracket for a president vying, what are the place of the youth in terms of nominations. But for the longest time, people have just ignored the youth aspect. I don't even want to go to the elective point. Let us just do it from a business aspect. How many times in Kenya do the government uphold the percentage of tenders that should be given to the young people? Let's not even do politics. Let's even assume politics is a bad thing like everybody says. Let's do it from a business perspective. How many times do companies hire and say, now these tenders, we have 10 tenders, and how many companies have applied? Not even the government, the private businesses. How many times do they give a chance to young people to do tenders on the basis of hawa ni vijana wadogo natusumbua? You know, the young people don't know how to give kickbacks. The young people don't understand the unwritten laws of tendering, you know. And I understand that we for a long time have accused the political class, but it begins with us. How many times do we go in the village and do family gatherings, and the young cousins cannot talk ni wangoje masaa ya sherehe waseme ni wimbo gani itachezwa. But when we were deciding on where the next location for this gathering should be, the young people should have been quiet and their mothers can decide what can be done next. What projects do we do as a family? The young people, the youth, the newly married should be quiet and wait for the seniors to speak. So when we talk about the youth inclusion, it's not something that should start from the political perspective. It needs to begin home. It needs to begin from the family setup. It needs to begin from the church setup. It needs to begin from just there in the mashinani when there is a case and people are trying to decide which wife was wrong, which husband was right.
Yes.
And the guys are told, wewe nyamaza, unajua nini kuhusu ndoa? You've only been married for 1.5 years, you know?
Total.
But you want the same youth who has read the finance bill 2 weeks ago to go on the street and demonstrate as a young person because the future is theirs. But when they were trying to give an opinion back at home, you told them of their age. The experience is downplayed. So I need us to look at it from a perspective of it's a failure from the whole community. We've for a long time ignored the youth. And maybe the youth have also played a part in being ignored because when time we've been given to platforms, some of us have decided to, show people why the youth should not be on the table. Because we've seen young legislators be sycophants. We've seen young people get into powerful positions and all they can do is give us a flamboyant life on Instagram and everywhere else. And when the serious issues are being discussed, they're not even in the country, they're not even in parliament. They're out somewhere there posting for us photos all over. We've seen a situation where the young people have been given an opportunity and all they can show after 5 years is vehicles and expensive wigs. When you ask them, what did you take to parliament? They can't show you. But they want in the next election, nominations, they be considered again. For them again to go post for us photos. So I think it's a mistake that everybody needs to own. The community with the young people. And for a minute, we need to keep updating our constitution. It's time that everybody was given a fair ground. Because when you show that certain group is a minority, I think they tend to get it in their heads and they think they are entitled to be at the table even when they don't qualify to be on the table.
Just a quick one, and I love how you're saying it, because I've always had a problem with this idea that youth must be included, because I don't believe any cadre of society should have an automatic access to something simply because they are a certain age or gender or whatever. It's not something I ascribe to, because then what we are doing is we are position filling versus actually considering what is the actual competence of this person to do what is needed.
Yeah.
Now, there's a big problem, and I don't think many Kenyans have realized it. The big problem is this: Kenya is not a society that thinks of itself socially tomorrow, right? We've not even started preparing for Gen Z, and Gen Z is already above 18, right? Because all the managers I talk to when I go to do a training, they're always complaining about Gen Z. Why? Because that generation and how it was brought up is different from millennials and how we were brought up. I'll give you a basic example, right? Us guys, millennials, most of us, when we were just 19, 20, 21, 23, Kibaki was coming in. So we got into a society with hope and whatever, and we've lived 20 years plus without needing to have to fix politics necessarily, right? Then a generation comes behind us that is facing different dynamics. So I totally get you when you talk about how even youth have been given opportunities and they've not used it. So I want to flip the question a little bit. How does the political class, which you've talked about, which I also have a problem with, because youth wingers are not just people to throw stones and make things popular and say what should be danced to, but also society itself. How do we prepare a platform, not for the youth, because that's I hate that term, because it does not, in Kenya we don't even realize that this is someone who's above 18. You get, they are allowed to make legal choices. So how does political parties and society prepare for what these incoming adults need from the older society and older politicians, for there to be flow of excellence, good manners, good behavior, and a better society. Because just choosing a youth does not mean Kenya will stop being corrupt.
Yeah,
true. So, personally, I do believe that the only way we can move forward from that is we change our way of doing politics. Because if you look at it by and large, it's still ethnic. That is why even you'll find a youth who, when it comes down to the issues of politics, will go to where they came from. Sadly, and that's the truth. You see, and I believe also we have an issue with the political parties. Political parties are funded by taxpayers' money. But in Kenya, they're owned by individuals. Respect the party leader, toe the party line. If you don't like, you're removed from a political party. You see, so that's a sad reality. There is no space for independent mind or independent thinking in our political parties or in our politics. And if you're waiting for the same people who actually are party leaders in these political parties to change that, they'll never do that, because that is what they know. Most of them come from the Independence Party. What they understand is divide and rule. There is no way you'll tell them, oh, by the way, we need to have ideological thinking, you need to plan ahead. Or you just asked about how do we plan in future for the young people. Of course, they've planned a debt for them. They need to pay for the rest of their lives. Oh, we are planning debts by the way. We take in mind, so you guys could come and pay at the end of the day. So I do believe we need a shift in the way we do our things. But you cannot expect that from this political class. They can never learn anything new. What they understand is the youth are a means to an end. Use them, get there, kick the bucket. And when the saddest thing is that when we speak about those who rise above, you see, these nominations, the political parties are just charades, because at the end of the day, they have a candidate for that seat. Oh, so you want to be MP plus X, and so do you. And I see as the party leader, for example, Utanisumbua, but he'll do anything I want. So I'll skew it towards you winning and you not winning. So when this person gets there, what she talks about is a flashy person, just busy on vehicles, voting yes for things they don't even understand. I watch Parliament sometimes and I'm sad. Someone just says, I'm voting yes. I ask them, why are you voting yes?
And they don't know.
They don't even read, man. And that's a sad reality. So, like you rightfully say, it's not just about being youth. What do you have between your ears at the end of the day? What do you stand for as a person? Because most of our political parties don't stand for anything. That is why one day they tell you ODM is a pro-people party. Tomorrow it is in the same government, with the same government that people are crying about. You see, that is what we need to understand. You as a person, you want a better country moving forward. So you need to actually love yourself, love the country more than love yourself.
You see, Nurdin, you've mentioned something in terms of we need to change how we play politics in the country, right? The youth has seen as a card that is always there, means to an end. But one would equally say that power is never given.
Of course.
Power is taken. You mentioned, Jerry, about the youth are seen as the minority, yet in reality, they are the majority in the country. So then, how can the youth take advantage of these numbers to take this power from those that they say have not planned anything for them, but to pay debt?
First of all, let me respond in terms of, I'm a politician. I do politics. I'm aspiring to be the women rep for Nyandarua County Camp 2027, and I'm a member of DCP party. And as young people, when we went to the streets last year, we used to say we are leaderless, partyless, And now, after the whole reality hit us, that the only reason why Baba and his group took government is because they went to the table and negotiated and said, "Now, if you bring us on board, we are going to be able to bring down this generation that does not have leaders." They don't even have a party. So that is how ODM got themselves some CS positions and everything. So as a young person, me and several of my colleagues, we asked ourselves now, in the next finance bill, do we still want a repeat of what we saw? Because truth be told, the only reason why we were infiltrated in the demonstration is because we didn't have a clearly cut out structure on how to start the demonstrations, where we get it to the middle and where we finish it, and then after the demonstration, then what next? Where do we take this whole team of demonstrators? How do we help them get into a structural system where now they can shape politics from the inside? So when I decided to join DCP, we used to ask ourselves with the young people, now joining a party is one thing, but then what happens? You need to be at the decision-making table. And I remember every time that Rigathi Gachagua used to do meetings back in Wamonyoro in the village, and he would sit down with young people and we would ask him, Your Excellency, you talk so much about the Gen Z. We saw you when the last minutes of your being a deputy president, you doing a presser in Mombasa, your boss doing it in Nairobi, and we would ask him now, how sure are we that if we decide to stop being leaderless, we're going to come to this party? What is it for us, for the young people? And I remember at one point we decided the youth wing is something that has been there long. Every other party has a youth wing. But now for us to be at the decision table, you can't just say that, we have a youth wing and this is your chair, youth league. And one of the key things that the youth stood up for in all those meetings that the DCP party leader sat down was, we need to have numbers in the neck. We need to have numbers, and not just one person, not two, not three. We need to have a number that we know these people, 5 to 5, at least 5 for startup would really work. And on the day that we were unveiling our party, I'm glad that my party leader named 5 of the young people part of the national executive. And at least as a young person, I can say I've now moved from saying that in my party I'm only represented by one person in the neck to 5 people. And these 5 people, we have told them now, you as the 5 people have to ensure that in that room of the other members, maybe 30 other people, you need to make sure that your voice as the young people is heard. Because we have to be very honest to ourselves. We must start somewhere. If at the decision table you don't bring out your voice boldly, if you agree to go to the table and just be an additional voice to whatever everybody else says, that is what the youth will become. Because I am a believer that if at the decision making table, the young people can stand up and say, no, the young people have said no to finance bill. Whether the party is a ruling party or not, the young people have said this. Then it's up to the party to decide now, do we really want to tour with the young people, or we want to go on our way and then they'll be on the mandamano on their wing? And also as young people, it comes to the question of going to take you a seat at the table. And if they can't give you a seat at the table, break the table, go form yours. At sometimes we as young people, I tell young people that during mandamano, things were not easy. We used to go there and you would know, you go with somebody in the morning, during that person is in the cold room. They have been shot dead. And I tell the young people, every politician during the Gen Z mandamano saw an end to their career. Those who were in opposition and those who were in government, they saw an end of their career. Reason being the Gen Z. And that is why going to 2027, the young people need to understand that it's either they do it this time or they can join the circle of the young people who have been there back then, saying, tulikuwa hapo vijana. Sisi tulisimamisha finance bill, then what next?
Okay.
If we don't make it in 2027 to change at the ballot box and not only give people a chance at the ballot because they are Gen Z, because they can stand up and say something, articulate things that can change the nation.
Let's take a break at this point, because then we keep talking about the youth voice, but what's the voice saying? Lend a voice. What's that voice? What is it saying? And let's open that up a little bit when we come back from this. Nuruddin Kagai and Jerry Kahiga here with us this morning, and we're talking about the youth perspective, which has been talked to within an inch of its life. But then we're saying, okay, what is it? What is that perspective, and who needs to realize it as we take things moving forward? This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We continue with this when we come back from this short break at 26 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This May, the stage is set, the mic is on, and the search begins.
Welcome to Next Superstar.
From raw vocals to big talent, the search is on for Africa's next hit maker. Next Superstar is here. Premiering May 3rd at 8 p.m. exclusively on Remo TV Plus, StarTimes Channel 56 or Channel 166. Buy a DTT StarTimes decoder for only 1,399 bob or a DTH for 3,199 shillings to enjoy unlimited entertainment. Join judges Size 8, King Kaka, Motive, and hosted by Maina and Butita on Next Superstar. Renew your subscription on DTH Smart Bouquet at 1,199 shillings only, or DTT Basic Bouquet at 749 shillings only. You can dial *858# for self-service or call our customer care on 0730 710077. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Our conversations continue this morning, and we're having it this morning, getting into the youth perspective with Nordine Kagai and Jerry Kahiga. And before we enter the break, the question is, so what's this voice? Because you know what, right now, because we're just having this hot as we come in for the break and just coming into you, Mark, is that the voice that it seems to be, and it could be a convoluted, distorted voice that we hear that needs to be the youth perspective, that it needs to be your new age social media, dressed in a certain manner, saying certain things, and if you toe that particular line, then that's the perspective that we need to have. People say, well, we need to be on TikTok because that's where the youth are. We need to be with the particular kind of music because that's what the youth are listening to. But it gives us a bit of an unserious tinge. Is that the voice that we want to hear?
Answer, because we will. I'll make it complicated. I'll go after your answers.
Okay. First of all, I think the problem starts with the people that these leaders thought would help them in office. Because sadly, in Kenya, the people who help an MP when he's employed, the person who was mobilizing for him, the Boda Boda team, the person who was mobilizing for him, the Gen Z, the person who was mobilizing for him, Wamama wa Chama. So these are the people who are taken into office. Some, they are even trying to fake papers. We've seen people who have gone into office through fake papers. So now when it comes to real PR, this person does not want to take a journalist somewhere who is retired or who is no longer working in a station for them to do their public relations. Somebody who really understands what public relation entails. Somebody who can tell you this strategy can work and will give you these results. They only want somebody somewhere there who is a hype man, somewhere around the youth people who can tell him, hey, join TikTok. And now it narrows down to qualifications again. Don't just give people opportunities because opportunities are there to be given. Give them because they are qualified and because they can show results. If you ask these members of parliament who have millions of followers on TikTok, you find on Facebook, at least every member of parliament has over 100,000. If you ask them what they do with it, they don't know. They just tell you for the likes, for the views, they are okay with it. And they look at it like the video is not doing well, and the users are not being engaged if it does not hit 1,000 views. Now, that is what they think results are not being shown. But in reality, they need to ask themselves, does engaging the young people means dancing to their tunes? Can we stop we need to stop these normal conversation where we think that the young people, for us to associate with them, it's doing what they like. Sometimes we, the young people, just want to see you doing policies that work for us. But because you took in your office people who were just in your campaign team and not necessarily people who are qualified to make you understand how to engage with the young people through the constitution, how do you engage with the young people through policies, how do you engage with the young people through maybe helping them understand better why you want to pass this bill. So I think it starts with right from the day a member of parliament is declared the winner. The people that they hang around with, these are the people that shape their next 5 years. Because if you ask, I don't want to mention names, but if you ask some of these popular TikTokers who are politicians, what dancing on TikTok for the last 2 years has helped them with the young people, they'll give you no story. But I am very sure if they took in qualified people, and sometimes they even have qualified people, but you've brought in an advisor but you want to advise these advisors on how they can advise you. You know? And that is the case we even have for our president. He has so many advisors. In fact, right now, anybody who wants to be fired, you're not told you have been fired. You are told you've been made an advisor. You know, advisor is the new word for firing. So in case you hear your head of department tells you now you've been taken to another department to advise, just know you've been fired. Because in Kenya now we have a president who also wants to advise his advisors how to advise him. And that is the saddest thing, that we as Kenyans need to understand that even if we want to talk about the youth perspective, even if this youth is taken to the president and sits with him every day, but the president has to tell him, uniambia hivi na hivi na nitafanya hivi na hivi, then for you are just there to, you know, just do what the person told you to do. And I think that is the main problem that we have.
You know, but he said, hamuna PhD, mna advice kama nani.
That's a PhD about usually.
Wow. I have had the privilege of engaging with some of the commissars from EFF. And I've talked to them about how they came about from, you know, most of them were in ANC. And so if you look at, for example, their politics there, their parties, how their youth wing is extremely powerful. A president there in the youth wing in a political party in South Africa is extremely powerful. So if you look at, for example, what they discuss in their parliament, vis-a-vis what we discuss here, because I also watch them. You look at a member of parliament from, let's say, South Africa, in as much as my brothers there are kind of unconventional with how they operate, that is EFF, you have them discussing something as serious as land expropriation without compensation. In Kenya, we have reports like the TGRC, the Ndungland report, the Kriegler report, that none of these MPs that are young, quote-unquote, can pick and bring to the House for implementation. Because, as you rightfully say, what they think is hype or what is PR to them is dancing. Do you know your work can sell itself? By virtue of what you are doing, the impact can be felt. You don't need to dance. And most of the time, the dance is just work. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's like most of them have rickets at the end of the day.
But where did they get this idea?
Because
that this is what people want to see.
Someone lied to them that it's hype, it's cool if you dress in a certain way, if you dress in expensive clothes, if you walk in a certain way, showing us Christian Louis Vuittons. If you walk in if you dance to certain tunes, or you're dancing to Burna Boy. So because Burna Boy has fans in Kenya, that will translate to votes. They need to wake up, man, and smell the coffee, because it's never going to work that way. Because at the end of the day, it's what you do for your people that elected you, because you have voted on the aspect of what have you done for me. Because at the end of the day, voting is a selfish exercise. I vote for you as an MP because I expect you to represent me, to legislate on my behalf. If legislation is being brought into the House, and we were once told that the government never fails in its legislation. So if today the government wakes up, because we have an all-knowing government, and they decide that Kenyans have 2 arms, you need 1 arm. So they decide to pass that as law. You'll vote yes because you're supposed to vote yes because of party lines and party position. They need to wake up and realize that things have to change. But seeing that I'm an optimistic person, I believe that things will change. And since I also am a student of history, today is 15 days of celebration, right? Radio Maisha.
Yes, 15 years.
15 years.
Yes.
Allow me to actually, to the political class, there's a song called Lokuta Monene. That song speaks about MPR and Mobutu, where they were saying MPR is here forever. They were saying Mobutu is going nowhere. Yesterday we were being told wakondani, mbu wako nje. So this is ndo mbu. So at the end of the day, they should all listen to Lokuta Monene, because the message is in the song at the end of the day.
Just a question that has been riding my mind as I hear you guys speak. And you're correct about how youth should behave, what youth should expect, and how politicians should behave. And I, for example, they should not be sucking their thumbs in parliament or eating lollipops or dancing badly outside their offices because we want them inside their office. I do not know what you're doing outside your office. I did not hire you to dance. Please stop dancing. It's bad, it's terrible, and that goes to all of you. But my question to the youth is this. You know the trending question, 100 men versus 1 gorilla. You know that question?
Yeah.
So a lot of the time when I hear youth speak, there are 100 men.
100 men. Then there's 1 gorilla.
And there's 1 gorilla. So we did a scientific study of this mathematics, right? and realized the gorilla can only win if it has a strategy. Men will always win because they have a strategy. My question is this: is Gen Z just a loud mob, or does Gen Z actually have a strategy? It is one thing to wish for the kind of leaders we want, to wish the kind of mentorship we want, the kind of country we want. But is there a strategy for Gen Z to actually be able to develop the discourse around our economy, discourse around our society, discourse around our politics? Because without a strategy, you're a mob, and mobs are just loud.
It's the same thing as Sankara used to say, that a soldier without education with a gun is a terrorist at the end of the day. So I do believe the most important thing is, actually we need to give credit where credit is due. Because last year people were actually discussing the finance bill, civic education. We've come from far. That never used to happen. So people are actually waking up to the realization that, you know what, since we have members of parliament who have forgotten their roles, the people shall, you know, at the end of the day, we can represent ourselves in such a way that we can educate ourselves around what is happening. I believe the most important thing is to answer his question. If you want a different country moving forward, register as voters and wake up and vote. Because to some, voting isn't cool. It's an exercise in futility. It's a long queue. I don't have time for this. I have things to do. You know, realize that the next 5 years are determined by an election. So if you fail to vote, a good or bad leader will go in. And that person will determine whether they'll tax you to oblivion at the end of the day. Whether someone, hey, man, we're a country where we pray for social media. Can you even imagine? And that's my member of parliament. I'm so disturbed when I see some things, you know. You're praying for social media. I'm disturbed, you know. So at the end of the day, because you fail to understand things are changing, things are moving, and you fail to understand that your ideas are archaic and you need to go with the time, which is not TikTok in this case, which is understand people asking for their deliverables.
You see, Jerry, bad leaders are elected by citizens who don't vote. And the citizens who don't vote, even if you go back to 2022, are young people who did not come out, did not even bother to register as voters. We saw the Finance Bill 2024 and how the young people came out and they communicated. Like he said, there was public participation. These finance bills being broken down even to mother tongue, making sure that everyone is into and understands what's going to happen. And even declarations are made. Nyinyi mtakaa home tutaenda na nini na ID zenu. This is our time to go vote. He's asked about strategy, right? But one would ask, what exactly do the young people want? Because it is not as clear. Young people are complaining, but what exactly do you want?
First of all, before, you know, when we started the show, he said that most managers say that Gen Z are very hard to work with. But as a Gen Z, you know, I'm 24 years old. I have to really ask all of you a question because I can notice all of you are not, you're not Gen Zs. Maybe apart from him. Now,
good genes.
Now let me ask. Let me assume the number of registered voters in Kenya. I'm doing an assumption. Is 1 million. Let's assume by the time registration was being done and the elections, maybe 200,000 have passed on. So we are talking about 800,000 registered voters, most of which are not Gen Z. Mmesema si atuchukui kura na tatuna atu-register votes. How are 800,000? Mbona watokeangi wote? Let's start there the conversation. Because I've had a situation where middle class, which carries the most number of millennials, and that's that close generation of baby boomers who are close to the millennials. Siku ya kuvote ndio siku ya yeye kuenda ushago, ndio siku ya yeye kuchukua flight to Zanzibar, ndio siku ya yeye kuenda kushikisha na maboys. Let me give a very let me not use a radio presenter. Somebody who left. You might not invite me next time here, but let's assume a middle class radio presenter who had a show in the morning, then the rest of the day is a holiday because they're supposed to vote. But this is a day amekumbuka sijafua manguo hii wiki. Najua kesho ni siku ya job, wacha nifue tu hii leo, you know. So the middle class need to agree that they have also failed this nation. Okay, this is Gen Z, we agree. most of us hawakuchukua kura na hawakuvote. But kuna watu wengi sana walichukua kura lakini hawakuenda kuvote. Hiyo ndio siku ya wao kufanya vitu zao. So we need to combine this group of those with votes and they don't go to vote, and this one without votes. Washikane tuende wote, because for a long time millennials have always felt I have a payslip. But now the government has now decided the payslip is their cash cow. You understand? And I really feel that the people who are in the middle class, for many times that we've gone to elections, I've always felt no need, niko tu sawa, unajua niko na salon niko sawa. But 2027 they'll go home, take out their parents and tell them, mom, when my salary used to be 100,000, I used to afford this and this. But now SHA has come, affordable housing has come, and the next government will bring something else that is close to SHA and close to affordable housing. Ya kuteremsha ile, the payslip. So I think the two groups need to combine and we go voting leaders. And again, we need to bring this narrative to the young people and to the old people in mashinani. When I this bottle of water, if I give you 100, if you give me 100 shillings and I give you this bottle of water, mimi na wewe, nobody has deni ya mtu mwingine. I've given you water, you've given me money. Wanjiko in mashinani, where I come from, Nyandarua, I keep telling them as a young person, because like today after I leave studio I'm gonna go to Nyandarua mashinani. There is a public participation in engineer Kinango. But when I get to the ground, the first thing they tell me, hey, Nairobi kuna pesa, tupeza macho, you know. And I ask them, if I give you 200 shillings and you give me your vote, then why are you asking me for accountability when I'm in parliament? Because most young people right now are all over asking, nitatoa wapi loan, nitauza nini? You know, some even go to an extent of, you know, taking loans on and giving up their properties ndio wapelekea ule Wanjiko wa kawaida money. But then this is where the whole scenario changes. I took loans, brought money to Nyandarua County wanipe kiti ya women rep. Now I am the women rep, but I have loans accounting to millions of money. People will tell you today, unataka kusimama kiti gani? Women rep Nyandarua. Yeah. So you have like 60M somewhere. I'm like, 60M for what?
From where?
But you need 60M. When you go take that 60M from a bank maybe, or from a Shairok or wherever you get it, when you go into parliament and then you hear in the corridors of parliament somewhere in the toilets there is each person 2 million, I'll first go take the money, nipunguze 60 million ikuwe 58 million. And the Kenyan voter needs to understand, as long as we make elections expensive, we are not in the moral authority to demand for accountability, because you made elections very expensive. That today, if we were to talk about the young people going for president, it would be an exercise in futility, because they'll be asked, ukona like 5 billion ya kufanya campaigns. Why do we need 5 billion? I'm sorry, I'm cutting you short, but let me just finish my statement. I think we need to engage the conversation of young people, ensuring that in the next generation, elections become cheaper. The day that elections become just an exercise for a patriotic Kenyan, then accountability will automatically go up. But as long as we keep making elections very expensive, it becomes a rucract. In fact, somebody joked the other day that nowadays, ukiona career imekulemea, biashara iendi poa, the next business idea, ama nisimame MP.
No, kuna business idea ingine, wacha niwasaidie, it's becoming a preacher. But it's an opportunity. Let me put some perspective before I ask my question, right? If you earn 100,000, you're in the top 10% of wealthiest Kenyans. 90% of Kenya's GDP is held by 10,000 people. 90%. That middle class you speak of does not really exist except in your estates, you know, from Buruburu upwards, right? Most people in this country are poor. That's one. But number two, this country does not have true tribal kingpins. Raila Odinga himself in Nyanza cannot get 70% turnout. In fact, last election, he got 60%. Okay. Now, why do I bring these dynamics into the mix? The reason why people ascribe to a bribe to vote, the reason why people make elections expensive, the reason why accountability does not happen is because of a thing called hopelessness. It's not a behavioral problem. Those people are not dumb. They're saying, Dennis, is coming to be an MP. He will never help me. Let me get the 500
tumalizane.
Right? And I always say that a good leader is a merchant of hope. Right? When we listen to a lot of Gen Z speech, we see the ability to read the problem. What then is the solution to Gen Zs, to the nation, that gives us hope?
Nurdin?
Wow. You see, at the end of the day, I do believe, like you rightfully said, the voter knows that once he or she votes for you, they'll never see you.
Yes.
That's a sad reality. And I bring it back to where I started from. You guys thought that 100 years of Kanu was a joke. Impoverish them to use them. It's the same kids who grew up in Kanu now the bosses, they understand that, And so the voter has yet to see a leader that has actually, you said, sell hope. The president sold hope in 2022. Leaders sell hope but never actualize that. And that is the problem.
That's not the kind of hope I'm talking about.
I know. I'm just telling you. So at the end of the day,
let me elucidate. Just allow me to. There's hope that a leader will do. There's hope the people carry to execute. I hope you understand the difference.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay.
So at the end of the day, up until the voter sees the results, they will always know that election is a means to make a 500 bob, a packet of flour, or have campaign T-shirts. Some of them wear them as their clothing. There are guys who actually wear those shirts as
everyday wear. Yes.
Everyday wear. Atavaa leo hii chama ataenda akibadilisha tu. That's a sad reality. And she rightfully says there is no single way you will vote for that person, and it changes. So I do believe the voter also has to rise to the occasion and understand that an election process, in as much as it is a patriotic process, it is also a selfish process to you as a person. You have children that have to go to school. He talked about middle class. Most of them are a sickness away from poverty.
True.
So you want healthcare to work. You want your children to live in a better country. You want services delivered to you. The question is, you always have two candidates. You have the one with the mullah, but the 500 shillings is now back. The currency that was back then.
Yes.
Again, 100 years of that thing. I told you guys. So you have to ask yourself, will we decide to go this way or change? But the sad reality is, as she's telling you, if today she goes to the ground, akiwacha atamwambia unatuacha aje. And if she doesn't panga them, kesho they won't come, because they know Nurdin will come and he'll leave them with 500 bob each.
Yeah.
So you as a voter, in as much as you're crying for accountability, crying to end corruption, you also have to ask yourself, do you also have to, your morality also has to play a part.
Do you really want a change?
There is no way you'll elect a thief to go and make anti-theft laws. Is he mad? Supposed to make money, and the sad reality is, we also need, we've made politics a lucrative enterprise, a place to go and make money. That is why I support things like no CDF for MPs, because they don't legislate, they don't represent, they don't oversight. After 5 years, anakuja ambia niliwajengea choo, niliwekea DSTV. But my question is, when this law was being passed, where were you to articulate my issues?
On a trip to Dubai.
You know what? This is again one of those conversations that doesn't end, and it shouldn't. We shouldn't be concerned that we've left a cliffhanger. You know why? Because there are dots to be connected onto the next one, and time doesn't allow us to go beyond this place where we are. But there are certain thoughts that we've already put out there to start to be consumed, and we've had very powerful ones this morning. And it's the desire that we actually latch onto those and then start to say, okay, really, this is what it is. This is the truth. How can you expect more from the one that you have, essentially insisted to take from? And I think that's important for us to talk about. Nurdin Kagai and Jerry Kahiga, we hope that this will be a reoccurrence and that we can continue talking about these things and insist on them. Thank you so much for being here and rounding off the show for us this week. It's been the Situation Room, and coming up to the end of May. Thank you so much for being parts of these conversations today. They're important that we do, and for the whole week, and indeed for the month of May. Madaraka Day is coming up. Independence. Question is, are we truly independent?
What are we celebrating?
What are we celebrating? Nothing to celebrate.
That's the question.
Nothing to smile about.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.